Okay, good morning everybody. This is day 2 of the Iris Awards judging. This is the wedding category, and which is sponsored by Canon. And to start off with, we are just going to do a run through of the images, and then we'll give you a little bit more information about the category and what's going on. So let's start the run. Actually, I think we've got a couple of sponsor videos first, so let's play those. Okay, so while we wait for the audio to be sorted out on that, I'm going to read the category description. Okay, so the wedding category celebrates the art of storytelling through wedding photography captured on the actual wedding day. This category recognises photographers who excel in documenting real moments, emotions and connections, all while working within the time constraints of a wedding. It rewards images that convey a true essence of the day, from the atmosphere to the love shared between the couple and their guests. This category rewards photographers who portray the events of the wedding day with a focus on genuine moments that evoke emotion and connection. The goal is to celebrate images that capture the atmosphere, love and emotional depth of the day in either a natural or posed manner, highlighting the unique story of each couple's wedding experience. The eligibility guidelines for this are: entries must have been taken on a wedding where the entrant was commissioned as the lead or associate photographer. If entered as an associate, permission from the lead photographer is required. Entries must have been photographed on the couple's actual wedding day, including multi-day celebrations in recognition of different cultural practices. The following are not eligible for this category: styled shoots, engagement sessions, hen and stag parties, trash the dress sessions, and interlopes. This is a minimal editing category. These categories celebrate in-camera captures while allowing minor post-production adjustments that enhance the image while preserving original capture. They may utilize in-camera creative techniques such as intentional camera movement, multiple exposure photography. Only tiny distractions can be removed during the image, ensuring the image remains true to the original capture. Composites are not allowed. Okay, so that's the outline for the wedding category, and I think we might have the sound all sorted, so let's try that again. Okay, and that is your wedding category preview or run through. Just while we get a few judge exclusions coming in, I'll just do a couple of introductions. My name's Paul Daly, I'm your panel chair for the day. I have Nicola Wilhelmson beside me, she's assisting. Out the back doing the print handling, we have Anne, Heidi and Tony, so we thank them for all their hard work on the print handling side of things. Of course we thank in advance the honours team for all the hard work that they've been doing and are doing and will be doing. So just as a reminder, Canon is the sponsor for this category, and we thank them for all their sponsorship. Without them, this would not be possible. Okay, so I think we have our exclusions entered into the system, so now we can start to collect or get some judges up for our first round of judging. Now, we will introduce the judges as we go through. We'll have a bit of a meet the judges at a certain point, but to start off with, we're going to, if we can call up the following judges, please. Johan, Angela, Shah, Russell, and Tracy. Okay, so we'll just get the judges to log in. Once they're all logged in, we can start the process on the first print. So, okay, yep, don't worry, they do seem to have a little bit of a moment now and then on that. Okay, judges, are we ready? Are we all good? Okay, print handling, are we good? Yep. All right, let's get this show on the road. First print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Shah's thrown her hand up immediately for a challenge.
Yeah, right off the bat. This is a really interesting depiction of the journey that this bride has been through to get to her wedding day. It's been very cleverly and well thought out and well put together. What I think is quite poignant in this image is how the little girl's face is on the right side of the dress, but when the bride puts that on, that's going to be on the left side, which is over her heart. So you can feel the sense of story, the sense of direction, and the sense of love, I guess, and the way that this is presented. I scored it 83.
Russell, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, I gave it high professional standard, 74 for those reasons of thought, but it hasn't been presented to us in a very in a very good way. It's overexposed to me. The tulle and everything's overlit, and they've allowed the reflection of the light source to come bouncing off the images at the back, down the bottom, and so to me it's a great idea, but it's just not very well delivered.
Those in the middle are clustered with a 1 point spread. So any, yep, Johan?
Yeah, I gave it a 78. I'm happy with that. I think this is an example of where perhaps a little less would be more. Yeah.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, judges. I guess, and Johan's comment about less is more, it is quite haphazard. It does have a lot of busyness to it, but I guess that really depicts what her life was like leading up to the point where she's going to get married. It's a timeline. It's a historical piece. It's something that if she did give it to her daughter, she'd be able to see all the things that her mum did prior to being married. So it has quite a longevity in terms of that respect. So some of you are quite close. So let's just see if we can pop it into silver.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $78, bronze award. Okay, thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got 78, which is a bronze award. Johan?
Sure. I gave this an 84. There's a very simple design here. The use of white spaces to direct us to the groom. I feel that the photographer has done a good job of the presentation for the subject. The veil is sitting really well. The sweep of it's really good. And there's a strength. Initially I didn't like the way the bride was holding onto the rail, but then I thought, well, maybe there's a bracing moment happening here, anticipation of, a big future, that sort of stuff, and that can make you a bit tense. So I actually thought that I gave this an award for the great design and the great posing and the simplicity of it.
Russell, you're at the other end of things again.
Yeah, I mean it's not an not an architectural category. It's a wedding category, and yes, weddings can be emotion and stuff, but they're also about elegance and beauty and femininity and the difference between a man and a woman. And I find you always are blessed with being able to find stories and things, Johan, but her gripping the rails like that is just a complete mishandling by the photographer of creating what should be an elegant pose. I find that quite, it's not acceptable to me. And just posing of the bride in general is lacking any kind of input from the photographer as far as I can see. Also the light when you go in landing on her face is really quite unbecoming as well. So whilst it's a good idea graphically, it's not that's not enough to save it for me. It's about a bride and a groom. It's about attractiveness and being beautiful on the day. And our job as wedding photographers is to push that through. And I don't believe this person's done a very good job with that. And hence I gave it a professional standard.
Angela, a thought from the middle?
I gave this a 78 for a lot of the reasons that Johan already said. I love the way the light leads you down to the groom, but I think I'm happy with it on a bronze for the reasons that Russell said, with the posing of the bride is it could have been done so that she looked a little bit more elegant and flowing like her veil. And also I just found the angle looking up at her face, looking directly towards the camera, not particularly flattering, and maybe if she'd had a slight side profile or something just to make that a little bit more flattering for her would have improved this a lot. But yeah, I gave it a strong bronze and happy to stay on that.
Johan, back to you.
I understand and accept the words of my fellow judges.
Okay, let's rescore. You convinced somebody to move a little bit because we're on 79, which is now a review. Okay, hold on a sec. All right, so judges 79 or 80, please. And it's a 79, bronze award. Okay, thank you for that, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment for the Shah throwing a hand up immediately?
Yeah, congratulations. Silver is a great achievement for this image. I think your choice of matting and paper has contributed hugely to the success of this image. If I was going to offer any kind of advice, the only thing that I felt was a little bit heavy was the triangle of lighting that was a very dark area at the base of the image. It just gave it just a little bit of unbalance, but overall very well done. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Shah. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Johan, you would like to challenge?
Yep. I gave this an 82. It's a really simple shot, and the story behind it is the thing that really draws me to it. How often, as photographers, are you photographing somebody and you're talking to them about being in the mood and everything like that, and then the bridal party offers help? And this, for me, is the response of the bride and groom to that help from the bridal party. And good on the photographer for documenting that, particularly in a judging situation here where we are, where we're going, yeah, that happens all the time, and it's a pain in the butt, and the thing that I want to do is that. So I gave it an 82.
Shah, at the other end of the range, please.
Yes, I scored a high professional standard. While I appreciate Johann's story here, the lighting on the bride I just find a little bit unflattering. It's made her chest look very, very flat, and there seems to be like a lack of detail there, which is why I kept it in the professional standard. They've captured the moment and the emotion well, and as photographers, we love those quirky moments. I just couldn't quite pop it into the bronze at this point. Thank you.
Angela, you're sort of quite happy with it?
Yes, I gave this an 80, and for all of the reasons that Johann said, I enjoy the humour and the, I think it's just captured the moment really beautifully. I don't find the lighting flat at all on the bride, so I'll just have to agree to disagree on that point, but yeah, I can bring my score up a little if that's going to help.
Okay, Russell, yeah.
Thank you. Look, I have to concur with Shah. I'm at 74. I mean, this is a print judging competition, a photographic competition, and yes, we see these little moments in weddings all the time, and it is our job to capture them, but to deliver them in a sort of a highly professional way. The lighting is not well handled, and the top of a man's bald head facing the camera is not necessarily a great thing either for me, just standards. And so a story alone is not enough to take it into an awards situation necessarily. Other things have to come to play as well, and I just don't believe they have here. I don't mean to be a party pooper.
Johan?
There's a simplicity in this image that lets the story tell itself. It's not overcomplicated by fruffery, and there's detail where we need it, and it tells a story, and it reminded me of the thing that annoys me often at weddings, and I felt for that reminder, that documentary element of this, I gave it an 82 and would like to see perhaps a higher score coming through.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Brought it up to a 78, bronze award. Okay, thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. So can we have a comment from somebody? Oh, Russell, let's go positive. Yep,
Yeah.
just a comment.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll be positive. I actually scored this in 84, so I loved it. Loved the image. I think it's really well thought out. Great effort in design and presentation. The lighting's beautiful. Just being picky, but the nose breaking through the cheek line. If the nose had been just turned the face a little bit more towards the camera, and then without allowing the tip of the nose to pop across that cheek line, it would have been even more beautiful. But it's a very lovely image.
Okay, thank you for that, Russell. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Yes, Russell. Yes, go for it.
Instead of being a negative Ben all morning, I'm going to have a crack at this. I scored this 85. I really enjoyed it because it's got a sort of formal, informal sort of feel to it, and it's quite busy and there's a lot going on. But it's quite a lovely little moment between the bride and the groom. And I really enjoyed the austerity, the strength of that glance or that stare from the image in the background. And it's connected to the couple really by those two shafts of light running down through them. Well, Nero would say, oh my God, the shafts of light are coming out through the heads, distraction, blah, blah, blah. But I think that connection from that top image down to the couple via those shafts works for me. And just the little details that are kind of messy on the left, it's got this sort of quite neat, sort of jumbled but formal feel to it, and it's a lovely moment, and I think it's well thought out, so I rewarded it.
Shah, you're down the other end of the scale.
Yes, I scored the 72 in professional standard for the reasons that Russell has championed this image for, were the reasons that I didn't. The location is absolutely superb. I feel that the photographer missed the opportunity to use that beautiful archway that could have incorporated the light better and the image in the background and the significance of the cross above Frida Kahlo's head. That red wall in the background is absolutely stunning. It draws my eye in there, but the hot mess in the beginning with the bride and the groom and that great big white patch of light, it just didn't connect for me. So perhaps if the photographer had thought a bit more about the location and how to use the location that they've been presented with, I would have been in a different scoring range than what I am now.
Tracy, you're in the middle to upper ground.
Yeah, I scored this an 80 silver award. For all the things that Russell said and what Shah said, I agree with. However, I really enjoy the silhouette at the bottom. I think there's some lovely details that are coming through with the light and the veil. What gets me is I keep going to the couple, see the silhouette, to the couple, to Frida, and then straight out the top. So I would like to see a slightly different crop and get rid of that chimney completely. So that was where I got lost. Get rid of the what? The chimney or the cross. I just sort of think it needed a slightly different crop. But I am listening, Russell.
Okay, looks like it's back to you, Russell.
Thank you. Shah, just if you think about it, if the photographer had swung to our right and included that archway, we would have lost Frida. And so I think the choice this photograph really is about the image in the background and the photographer's choice to use it as part of their image. So really their angle is kind of restricted by that availability. Ironically, I quite like, it's funny how we see things, the chimney leading us out through the top. We could have closed that off and, surrounded by darkness and all sort of carry on. But, we're going open to the skies. We're sort of given this lovely shaft of energy that takes us from that, yes, agreeable, hot foreground. But the bride and groom are exposed beautifully. Everything that we need to see is exposed beautifully. There's some lovely little details to the right without distracting us that are there. I just find it kind of a neat, yes, it's a little bit haphazard, but I think kind of actually very well thought out as well. So I'm happy with my silver distinction low end.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Let's rescore, judges. Okay, we brought it up to 78, Bronze Award. Okay. Rightio, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a Bronze Award. And Shah, you want to challenge this?
Yes, I scored at 83. These lighting situations are quite complex and very difficult to do in the time frame that wedding photographers have. Initially, I felt that the bride's position was very stiff and very rigid. But then I thought, actually, that works because they're in a very architecturally straight-lined environment, and her body actually mimics the straightness of the poles, the fence, and the lighting and the shadows. The bride and groom are well lit. The photographer has been sensitive to the composition. It's well balanced. The moodiness of the sky gives us a sense of time and place, and I think the photographer's done a very good job of presenting this image in a very clean, concise, and technically well done way. So I scored at 83.
Johan, you're at the other end of scoring.
Right, I gave it a bronze, so I gave it a 75. The things that concerned me were the potential this image had that wasn't realised, and I felt that lovely sky is a lovely sky, but it doesn't actually add to the photograph. I think cropping out the top almost quarter would give you a stronger, more graphic image. You referred to the architectural elements, and that sky just deadens that all off. There is beauty in all the shafts of light that are coming out. The pose doesn't reflect the feeling of the groom and bride. It doesn't reflect that sense of love and ease. And I really wished that stellar sparkle behind them was repeated in the other black openings, just to give it a sense of, well, magic. Yeah, so keep talking.
Russell might be able to talk you up.
I scored it I copied Shah and scored at 83. No. No. Anyway, look, I scored at 83, and I think it deserves more than that, actually. And I was hoping that others would be talking this up. Fully agree with both people. The sky being removed would have helped, but we can't comment about things that we wished were in it. We've got to value what is in it, and it's a very contrived set-up sort of scenario, done beautifully. If there's contrivance, carry it out. So yes, the pose is normally a more sort of what's the word, active one, if you like, but this has been quite staged. But nonetheless, I think the whole thing's been staged really quite beautifully. I would have scored it higher if the sky was gone. Yes, I totally agree with all of that, Johan, but otherwise the photographer has done technically a really, really good job, as Shah has mentioned, and presented it to us in really quite a cool graphic way. And as a exercise in symmetry, we can't criticise it, and it's been exposed beautifully, it's printed great. I think it's well and truly deserved of a silver.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Russell. I'm pleased you copied my score. I like to share. For those reasons that Russell has also mentioned is exactly why I've put it in the silver range. Not everybody has that same flexibility to be put into a pose like that. It is an exercise of trust. You don't want to be dropped on your back or on your head on a wedding day. So not everybody has that beautiful shape, but I feel that the way that this has been handled, it's probably the best that they could do on the day, but it does reflect the architectural strong lines of the image itself, which gives it a different feel to what we're used to seeing. And that's what I'm rewarding the photographer for, is for trying something that for a couple that might not have been a natural thing for them to do, but it's been presented very well. The symmetry is amazing. The sky, sure, we could have taken that out, but we're judging it for what we see and what we've been presented with. So we're very close. 83 silver.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Scored 79. Okay, 81, silver award. Okay. Thank you, judges, for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we have a score of 85, which is a silver with a distinction. However, Russell?
Actually, I was a bit gutless, really. I only scored at 91, but this is gold all day long to me. I mean, it's an extremely emotional image, and it's been presented to us in a beautiful way. I love its placement in the frame. The detail is exquisite. I really, really adore her shapely body being gently, subtly reflected in the background. I think this gives a most wonderful feminine sort of sexiness to it. The connection between them if this was staged, then there's such a reality to the connection and the emotion, father-daughter. I really like how classy it is. The lighting has shown us the quality of her gown. He's got a beautiful watch on that's just peeking through under his cuff. He's got details in his nose that show his age, just allowing his eyebrows and then the bottom of her hair just to show in the frame. Just everything about it is stunningly beautiful to me. It's a great piece of design. It's a great piece of presentation. And as a wedding photograph goes, this is right up there for me. So for me, it's easily a gold.
Tracy, not that your score was terribly low.
No, it wasn't. It was an 82 silver, and as I sit with it, I'm actually a bit disappointed in myself for not going higher. The emotion, as Russell said, is what this image is all about, and I guess I'm enjoying it. I just keep getting drawn down to that bottom heavy corner of his suit. There's just no detail from the arm down, even though there's plenty of detail in her dress. And it's probably not a reason to keep this score that I've got. So I am listening, Russell.
Shah, middle ground.
Yeah, I was sort of moved by this image too. I scored at 86. I think for me the intensity of the hug is what really sets it apart, and I applaud Russell for putting it into the gold category. The indent of the thumb, of the dad's thumb in her back, and the squishiness of his nose in her neck. That's quite an intimate area around your neck, and the fact that he is pressed so tightly into that area just really reiterates the bond that they have. It's an incredible piece of communication. I scored at 86, and I'll come up with you, Russell.
Okay, talking gold. Any other comments? No? Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll try. I gave this an 84, and I know that this woman's going to really treasure this photo. Some of my favourite photos of my dad is from my wedding day, so yeah, I wish I'd given it more. It struck me instantly when I went up there, and thank you. Yeah, I would leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, back to you, Russell.
I'm so glad you're crying because I found myself in tears looking at this image, to be honest myself. It's emotion. I mean, that's what we are. We're people, we're connected, it's a moment, I mean, it makes me wish I had a daughter. I don't. It's just such a moment for a father to give his daughter away. It's the whole thing's just so beautiful. And when we're shoving scores around, what more can we reward than beautifully delivered, highly professional capture, beautiful print. What more can we ask of a wedding photographer than something as beautiful as this? It should be well into gold. And I really implore that. Look into your hearts and your minds and your professionalism. Take another crack at the image if you need to look at it to get your scores up there, but ask yourself any reason why it should not be gold. It should be a gold.
Okay, thank you, judges. If we could please rescore. Okay, great conversation. 91, gold award. Okay, we'll just take a moment and
Yeah, it must have.
Stace, can you take? Okay, Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can we have a comment from the floor? Yeah, through your hand up.
Yeah,
Russell?
that's fine. Well done to the photographer, bronze award. That's great, and I think it's been rewarded because of the vision that you had in creating this scenario. However, because you have created this scenario, it takes a second look. You know, it's a look twice, shoot once sort of scenario. So a couple of things. The background between the couple and outside the windows could have been brought down a little bit, I think, just to give them a bit of separation from that. And as an exercise in symmetry, the plant's being allowed to introduce itself on the left and catch the light against that darkness took our eye over to the left. So just a little tiny bit more attention to detail would have been an incredible shot.
Great, thank you for those comments, Russell. And can we have the next print, please? Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Can I have a comment from somebody? Johan? Yeah.
What a fabulous work with light. I'm really enjoying the tenderness that I'm seeing in the unseen hands, like the hand down at the base of the groom and the way the bride is holding the flowers. Maybe not putting the subject completely dead center would have added a sense of compositional strength, possibly cropping out one side to the left of the image. Yeah, but great. Congrats on the silver.
Okay, thank you for that, Johan. And can we have the next print, please? Okay. Too late now. Yeah. Russell just asked if he could change his score, but he's going to get the chance to in a minute. So currently we're on a score of 83, which is a silver award. However, we've got a challenge from Shah.
I'm so glad I got to judge this. I saw it in the run-through and went, oh my goodness. It's not very often that you see something that just knocks your socks off, and this is a really clever in-camera capture. A beautiful way to present a wedding dress, so different from anything that we normally get to see. The gradation of colour is soft, it's ethereal. The darkness of the shadow there just gives it an extra dimension that makes it look not one-dimensional. It gives it shape and it gives it form. The cropping is absolutely superb, and the elliptical mat just accentuates how beautifully positioned it is, right, smack bang in the middle. So congratulations to the photographer. I scored at 93, and I'd like to hear from the other judges as why we can't award this a gold.
Tracy, you knew this was coming.
Yeah, I kind of did know this was coming. I've scored at 76 Bronze Award. I want to love it. I enjoy the matting, I enjoy the oval framing, and it is lovely, but it is a very unique way to display a dress, and I mean, we all know how painfully that can be on a wedding day, scouting and looking and trying to hang it. I'm missing the detail in that bodice, that shard of harsh light coming through and cutting out half the bodice there, and I find that dark shadow literally drawing me down and out of the frame. So I am listening. I will listen. I do admit I've been a bit harsh, but yeah, I don't know whether it's right up there with Shah. So.
Johan?
Yes, I'd like to applaud the photographer for their originality, for their grace, for the simplicity. I gave it an 81, and I'm happy for it to sit around there because I really, really wanted that shard, that piece of light not to be there. I wished so hard that it wasn't on the bodice, just under the chest. Yeah, and that for me feels errant as opposed to deliberate, and I'm disappointed with that. But I am a listener.
Okay, Russell, your chance.
The very thing that you've just brought up, there is nothing errant about this image or presentation. This is a still life taken beyond just a still life by its choice of vagueness. I used a term yesterday, Johan, that you liked, which is that organic dynamic, and that's what that piece of light coming in on the bodice does. If that wasn't there, then it would be too simple. It would be too easy. It would be just a shape. That light intruding in that diagonal shaft down the bottom there, that's just falling over it, and that intrusion of that light on the bodice, that just talks about light. The whole thing is about light. It's soft, it's beautiful, it's a very, very well thought out piece of art, abstract, beauty, colour, shape, modelling, presentation, everything. When I scored at 87, and that's why I was pissed off that I realised I needed to lift my score. I'd done it a disservice. So I'm fully with Shah that it's gold. How often do you see something in this category that's that clever and thought out? I mean, we've all hung bloody dresses everywhere, but I've never seen anything like this, and it's stunning. And I think the photographer's been presented with a dress that actually has a slight difference to it in the sense that it's got colour, and they've really, really played with that. They could have just shot it, but the fact that they've made it into an abstract piece of art as well, that image will hang in that bride's home forever. That's beautiful, it's gold.
Thank you for the support,
Stacey.
Russell, and...
Hold on.
Sorry?
Stacey had something to add, and
Sorry,
seems we're talking gold.
Yeah, seeing as we're talking gold, I agree that it's got all those unique features and the intentional camera movement and all of those things make it really wonderfully, the cropping, the framing, all of those things. But I am stuck down, I was on a 78, I am stuck down that lower end because it does feel like it's got so much potential, but it hasn't been executed as well as it could have been. It feels blown out at the top. To me, that dark patch takes away some of the delicacy and some of the beautiful things that you were talking about, and the kind of the cool blueness at the bottom of it doesn't seem to again fit that kind of delicate, like beautiful pink and peachy tones at the top there. So I really wanted to love it, but I felt like it. I'm happy to come up a few, but I can't bring myself up into a really high into the gold range.
Okay, Shah, right of return. Reply, sorry.
Thank you, judges, and thank you for your comments. I think creatively, we just need to open our minds a little bit and have another think about this. Tracy, your comment about always looking for somewhere to hang dresses. Wedding days are chaotic. People's houses are an absolute bomb site, and the fact that this photographer has been able to shoot this dress, as Russell has said, as a piece of art, in the form that they have, without any distraction, without any clutter, is absolutely incredible. And it's an in-camera capture. Let's not forget that. The colour gradation, I think, is so important because your eye needs a direction to go. And by having it slightly blue and slightly cooler at the bottom, it almost gives it a ballerina type effect. Almost looks like there is someone in that dress on point. It just gives it that ballerina silhouette, which the more that I've sat with it, the more that I have noticed that. The darkness of that shadow is absolutely imperative to this image, otherwise it would be flat, it would be one-dimensional, and it wouldn't have the same visual impact. It gives it shape, it gives it form, and the colours are just sublime. That highlight, again, as Russell has said, just adds that little bit something extra to create something that is an actual masterpiece. So let's see what we can do, judges. This is gold.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Shah, I think you need to put your score in. Shah hasn't put his score in. Actually, neither of you, Russell. We need... Ooh. Right, keep in your heads what you're going to score or write it down in the palm of your hand. Tech help is coming. Oh yeah, on the just for those that are out on the stream, we've got a little technical issue that the tech people in the background are trying to sort out. So, yeah, a little bit of a dead air at the moment. do that. Okay, so after a long technical delay, we've got a new score for this image. It is 86, which is a silver distinction. All right. Apologies to the author of that photo for the long delay on that. So what we're going to do, just briefly, can we have a blank screen, blank screen, blank screen? Thank you. Okay, we're just going to do a judge change after all of that. Tracy, you can have a break, and Justin, come on in. Right. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we have a... Charlotte's throwing her hand up immediately.
Congratulations, silver. That's a brilliant result for this image. Congratulations. I think the dynamic here is really interesting and well thought out with the strength of the tree and the smallness of the couple. Perhaps to elevate the image a little bit more, their heads are a little bit lost in the tree line. Perhaps if the image had been taken just a few paces back, where there's a nice gap in those trees, and a little bit of a lower angle just to elevate them from that, I think you would have been a little bit more successful. But silver is fantastic, so well done.
Okay, thanks for those comments, Shah. There's a few other nods from judges, so I think they were agreeing with you on that. Okay, so can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can I have a comment, Justin? Yep.
Well done. These are some pretty difficult conditions to get out there and shoot the couple, and I applaud you for that. I really want to see more of that energy with the bride's face, and I guess the light is quite strong in her back and the dress as well. It's quite distracting, but well done in your bronze.
Okay, thank you for that, Justin. And just blank screen for a moment. We're starting our rolling change of judges, so everybody's fresh. Russell, you can take a break, and Katie, come on in. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. All right, and a comment for the Johan? Yep.
Cool. Congrats on the bronze award. The haze in the top is quite effective in creating a romantic sort of soft feel to the image, and good on you for getting some detail through all those tones, the blacks and the whites and things. That little highlight down the bottom of the train is quite distracting, and when you notice it, it pulls you away from where you want to be, which is within the faces of the bride and groom. So just be mindful of distractions and maybe a little bit better on the connectivity between the couple. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Johan. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Very tight scoring across the judges. So, yep, Shah, a comment for the photographer?
Congratulations. Bronze is a fantastic result for this image. Just watch your positioning and your connection with your couple. The straight arm of the bride hides the most beautiful, shapely part of her body, and you've just not accentuated the shape delicately for her. Also, the position of the hands is very tight under her bust line and very squashed. But if those little elements had been addressed, this would have definitely elevated the image for you. But congratulations.
Okay, thank you for that, Shah. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, so we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Shah's thrown her hand up.
I scored this image 86, silver distinction. This is a masterclass in connection. When you have a group of people in an environment like this, the touch points in this, and I mean that with the pun intended, is absolutely what weddings are all about. When you cast your eye from left to right, each person is connected. Regardless of what one of the bride's doing with her hands, it still is about the hands. It's about connection. It's about family. Really in life now, do we have the opportunity to get together and be present, not be focused on screens or other things or other distractions. These people are all totally in the moment. They're engaged, they're connected, and it has a joyous quality to it. It's been well presented, it's been well printed. So I'd like to hear what the other judges think. I scored at 86.
From the other end of the scale, Stacey?
Yeah, I scored this a 77, and I agree. There's heaps and heaps of joyfulness in there, and the expressions are wonderful, and those connections that flow through the image are beautiful. But I was really looking for some reason as to why they are looking that way. I was really lost with the narrative, so I'm really pleased that we're talking about it, because I would absolutely love to know. It's wonderful to catch a joyous moment. There are lots of joyous moments at a wedding, but I think when we're presenting it in these professional awards, it's really good to have a bit of an understanding of why and the context that it's in. So I'd love to discuss that a little bit more. Thank you.
I've got Johan already in, so
The hands absolutely tell the story, and the linear nature of that as it weaves through the photograph is fantastic. I gave it an 81. Because it's the hand on the very right of the photograph takes me away. It's just that little thing, but it's right there. And I'm happy to go up a little, but I don't know if I could go to distinction. And just a little a slight cropping in would have made this super strong and absolutely, totally all about the moment. But that little pull away just created a little tension that wasn't necessary. But keep talking.
was there anything to add, Justin, or were you nodding a lot there?
Yeah, I'm coming up, Shah. Like Johan, I don't think I can consider distinction because I really didn't want the guy on the left in the shot. I don't see how it adds any value to the image, but the connection of the hands, and I actually didn't see the right hand in the beginning, Shah. Thank you for that. I'm really glad I did, and I'm glad you brought that up. So I'm coming up to silver.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Right, thank you, judges. Stacey, I think that sometimes if we are presented with an image that makes us think and we're not sure of the narrative, they've done a good job, because that's what makes us think. And we can, as 5 individuals here, we can all see something different. We can all find a narrative of some description. We will never know what it was that she said. We can think about it, and we can surmise, and we can go, I would love to know. But that's for our mind to wander and to think and to put those thoughts into a concise narrative. Johan, the hand at the side there, I think just reiterates that feeling of connection. It didn't bother me. I didn't notice it until you had mentioned it. I don't think that it is enough to keep it out of a silver distinction range. If they'd cropped it in, we probably would have said, oh no, it's cropped too tight. It still gives that feeling of connection, and I'm actually glad that they have actually kept that in. So I'm on 86 judges, thank you.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 83, silver award. Radio, are we going to do that now? Yep, okay, we're going to do a bit of a judge change, so just blank screen for a moment. And so, a double judge change. Johan, you can take a break, and Mark, if you can come in. And Stacey, if you can jump out. Angela, can you come back in? Yep. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can we have a comment? Shah? Yep.
Congratulations on your bronze. This is a very interesting and interesting connection with this couple. The highlights in the dress could have been addressed a little bit better. You also had a fantastic opportunity to mirror those arms. If you'd put those arms of the bride and groom into the space behind them, and you would have created a beautiful figure 8, the symbol of infinity, which when you're marrying someone that you love, it's to infinity and beyond, isn't it? So have a think but just think twice before you push that shutter. It was a fantastic opportunity that would have really elevated this image, but congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Shah. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 89, which is a silver distinction. And Shah, you are challenging.
Oh my God. I saw this in the run through and I was just mesmerized. The colours in this are absolutely incredible. The silhouettes of the couple, the fluidity of her dress, the highlights in the groom's suit. We know that it's velvet. The lighting is incredible. The shape of the shadows, the architectural lines and the colour gradation of that purple. I've never seen anything quite so striking. The photographer has seen and crafted this image beautifully. The positioning of the couple and the reflection is just sublime. This is an in-camera capture, and I'm absolutely gobsmacked. It's fantastic.
Your score?
I scored at 96.
Okay. Okay, Katie, you're down the other end of the range. Your thoughts?
Okay, so I know this location. It's a very unusual location. It has certain light qualities, certain colour that is quite unlike anything else I've ever photographed in or seen before. And I think it's very easy to get captivated by a location, especially if it's unfamiliar to you. For me, this is a very familiar location that I've shot in so many times that although I know the qualities of it are special and that's why I go back to it, I think that some of the enchantment of this image is specifically about the location. I find that the colouring of this is a little murky. It's a little, yes, you can see the detail in the bride and groom for sure, but there is like a slight magenta or bluish cast that I find are quite off-putting. I also feel like it's lacking in connection. So to me, this is an example of good professional practice that we should be bringing to the table every day as wedding photographers, but I don't see it in the award range. Like, I'm open and I'm aware that maybe I have a bias, but my bias is that I love this location and I think it provides amazing opportunities to do really, really stunning, unique things. And this to me just isn't one of those. So I just want to really lay on the table that there could be a bias here because of this location, but I've seen a lot of images shot here. It's a very favoured location in Australia. So Yeah, look, I'm open and listening. I'll leave it there.
What was your score, Katie?
Sorry, 74.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, I've scored this one at 83. I'm on the fence of both of you because, Katie, I know this location as well and agree with everything that you've said. And then, Sian, I agree with everything that you said at the same time. So I'm listening on both sides. But, Sian, I probably did score this a bit harshly. There is the connection there. And what I really enjoy about what you brought up, Sian, is the detail of the suit itself, the velvet. You can tell it's the velvet, and the gentleman's eyes are looking at the bride, and there is that connection of the pride there. So taking a little bit more time to sink this in, I've kind of like appreciated it, but I also know, Katie, this is widely been photographed a gazillion times with the wedding couples. So in terms of innovation and something new and creative, it doesn't quite hit the mark for me in that area.
Justin?
Yeah. Like Katie, I'm also on the fence, by the way, and I haven't been to this location, but I've seen many photos of it. I agree 100% with Katie with the skin tones, the tones and the magentas and the blues. This is assuming the phone has been used as a reflection, which is, it's great technique. It's in camera. It's done well, and I've given it 88, and I'm quite comfortable there with it in distinction. I think it's really deserved of a silver distinction. I struggle to go to gold because of the toning reasons, same as Katie, but, always happy to listen.
Okay. Anything else to add? I think it's back to you, Shah.
Thank you for your honesty, judges. And in fairness to the entrant, we must judge this without bias, regardless of the fact if you've been there a million times or you've never been there before. The fact that we've been presented something that is well crafted, I have no issue with the blue at all. That to me links back to what weddings are about: something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. I have no issue with that at all. The connection, as you rightly alluded to, Mark, is that he is looking at her. She is quite a statuesque woman, and her shape and her form has been beautifully handled here. The colours only reiterate the uniqueness of the location, but they also give it almost a religious feel. Purple is very, very strong in the Catholic faith in terms of certain times of the year and in the vestments that priests and cardinals wear. So it has a lot of symbolism here, which perhaps may be a little bit lost. But for me, it still sits very highly at 96. It's an incredible piece of communication. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shah. Judges, can we please rescore? Sorry, what was it on currently? Currently it's on 89. Okay, we have a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. Radio. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And can I have a comment? Yeah, Justin?
Sure. Congrats on your bronze. to elevate this image, I'm not so sure why one bridesmaid is standing higher than the others. Maybe it's a space thing, but we could have just squeezed them all in. And the other bridesmaid has a dress behind, who I'm assuming is the bride. I'd love to see it in front if that's what we're doing. But well done on your bronze.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Justin. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73, professional standard. And can we have a comment from... Okay, go, Katie.
This is a really beautiful print, and I really enjoy the technique of the whatever has been shot through, whether it's reflection or whatever. It adds a beautiful ethereal feel to the portrait. I do find that the lines coming through from the window are quite distracting, and they're kind of competing with that dappled texture. As well as the curtain sort of behind the bride. So I think because those things are competing, they're taking away from the quality. And I think if that was addressed, it would have really elevated the image. But yeah, well done, good professional practice.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Katie. Can we just have a blank screen where... yep, blank screen. Yeah. So we're just doing a judge change here. Katie, just take a bit of a break. Russell, come in. We're going to be doing a bit of changing around. We've got a bit of sea of red of exclusions coming in front of us here, so there'll be a few jumping in and out. Oh, lets people know why we're doing so much jumping around. Okay, so if we're all ready to go, can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we're on 89, which is a silver distinction. We have multiple people, but Mark, you're the lead score. So.
Okay, so I've scored this one a 93 in the gold. Outstanding imagination and creativity, original thought and concept is what got me to here. As you might not know, it's a double exposure capture. The thought process that the photographer had with this is got to be like, what am I going to do here? And it's like, we could do this. And the fact that the photographer even went through the thought process to do it. But also too, in terms of the poses, as a nice, elegant way to pose a bride, that's quite Elsa style, Frozen style. In terms of it's nice and elegant with the hand up and the groom upside down in a weird, awkward pose as well. It's just, it captures the imagination. It captures something fun and creative. The lines that take you through the image also has well been thought out, especially going from bottom up the top, going from left to right, going upwards, not the other way, which could have happened quite easily. And the colour tone is really nice. Like, it's nice and harmonic, you could say. So yeah, I've scored a 93. Would love to hear a little bit more.
Russell, you're down the other end of scale.
I'm not going to tell you what I scored because it's so bloody embarrassing. But I didn't know what I was looking at, to be honest with you. I'll fess up. So now it's been explained to me, I'll lift my score.
Okay, it was low. All right.
I meant to copy mine myself.
So, caught me. Can we, Justin? You're still in the middle there.
Yeah, I'm in the middle. I put this in silver, and I love the in-camera. I applaud the work. I suppose this gave me Falling Man vibes, and of a bride putting her hand out and just helping this dude, whatever he's been through. The only thing that held me back is, like, if he's falling, I just want his tie to be falling as well and working with gravity, and it's not. And I appreciate that that's difficult to get with this idea. But, you know, I'm listening and I'm happy, and I love the visuals, the visual feast that we've been giving you. It's awesome. So I'm definitely listening.
Shah, you're up in the gold.
He summed it up there. It's a visual feast, and I'm sorry for people if they're feeling a little bit hungry, but this is absolutely a feast for the eyes. The fact that it's an in-camera capture, sure, it's a double exposure, but it's just so well thought out. And you think about the time constraints we have as wedding photographers, the fact that they, excuse me, had the foresight and the planning and the artistic and creative ability to present us with this is amazing. Those leading lines that will converge at some point depicts their journey. I'm not jazzed about the tie being there. We've got a split second to get these images, and you can actually, you know, freeze the tie in that position. Had it been flopped down or anything like that, it would have been in the way. Where it is absolutely perfect, and I really commend the photographer for the foresight on that. I've never seen anything like this. It is just absolutely sublime. And I've scored at 92, so I'm up there with you. In fact, I could even go higher.
Okay, Mark, I think it might be back to you.
Yeah, fantastic. I've got this a 93. Let's bring it up into gold.
Okay, let's rescore. $93, gold award. Okay, good conversation. Judges? Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And you can challenge it. We're going to have to talk. It's going to have to go one way or another anyway. Yep. Okay.
I will do that. I scored this 84. So we're right on the cusp of a silver here, team. So I don't think it's going to take too much conversation here to move this. what a stunning building. And we all know when we photograph in these environments that the lighting can be all over the place, particularly with those strong stained glass windows at the back and the lighting from the sides. It's been beautifully handled. The symmetry is fantastic. The highlights and the lights have also been beautifully handled. This connection with the couple, they're centered perfectly in the middle. The photographer has presented us with something that is well balanced, well thought out, and well handled. So I've scored it 84.
Mark, down the other end of things.
Yeah, I scored this as 75. Purely just to say it's a nice professional practice. It's nice, it's clean, it's simple. There's not much you can do in this environment apart from capturing straight lines and working with what you got. But the couple themselves, very stagnant, very plain Jane. He's got his hand in his pocket. A little tip that you can do is change heads in terms of the kissing sides, because at the moment the groom's head is facing the camera and the bride's head's behind. If you just change it the other way to put the focus on the bride as well, it does change a few things. But in terms of the pose, it's just a standard, nice, boring, basic nice standard pose. There's no emotion in it. I would like to see it more. If I was going to go up into the silver, into that silver range, there's things to work on.
Justin, you're in the silver, and anything to add?
Yeah, I applaud the photographer for photographing a scene, and the verticals normally converge when you're going wide like that, and they've done a really good job. I put it in silver. I put it in 82, and I hope it gets silver because of those reasons. I thought it was an opportunity missed to go higher because, the table at the back just kind of bugged me. It's like coming out of the heads of the couple, and that could have been moved. Maybe not, but that's what I would have done. So yeah, I'm happy with it at silver, and I think it deserves that.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. You're absolutely right. It is a masterclass in photographing an environment that can be very challenging, and the fact that everything is so beautifully balanced and in proportion, there is no distortion here. I'm not sure how God would feel about you messing around with this furniture, but sometimes you just have to go with what you've got, and that's in the grand scheme of things, it's only a very, very small element in a very, very big vista. The photographer, sure, it might be bog standard, as Mark has alluded to, but bog standard can be done very well, and I think the photographer has done this very well. So we're very close, guys. I think this deserves a silver.
Okay, let's rescore. No. You can put it's a full-on challenge, so you can put anything you like. Okay, I've got 80 silver award. Okay, just stand by. We need to just. Okay, Katie, sorry, Angela, if you want to take a break. Katie, if you can come in. It's going to be a short stay, but a valuable one. Okay. Right, all good to go. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Russell, yes, you can go. Yep, challenge, yep.
It's quite close to where I think we'd all love it to be. I mean, I'd squeaked it into silver at 81. It's such a moody image, and assuming the groom on the right, he seems like such a serious sort of cat, like a real sort of formal kind of guy. That's conservative, whatever. That's the feeling I get from him. So the whole lighting and the treatment of the printing kind of adds to that, I feel. The focal plane running through the background and having the bride pin sharp and his reflection in the mirror, pin sharp. And her wistful sort of glance out to the left, out to our left, and his off to the right gives it nice balance. Yeah, I just think it's really well seen and well thought out, and it squeezes into the silver for me for that. Possibly if it was a little bit more levitated and moved, it might have got higher, but I think it's been represented well.
Mark, you're at the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I've scored this one a 74. I think when it comes to images like this, it's super busy. There's a lot going on. And when you start from the outset, you want to dive into the image and really explore. And then when we go in, the groom's nice and proud and it's really great. He's looking up and then use the mirror of the reflection to see what he's kind of looking at. And he's looking at some little statue of a little banjo guy playing to someone. But then you kind of get lost with the bride in the back left-hand corner and you can't really see any parts of her extra. It's very busy. There's couches, there's furniture, and I know you just got to work with the environment, but there's too much separation between the bride and groom and the storytelling in between. Like if he was looking up, we can't imagine there's something else there, but something that was a little bit more meaningful or something that's a little bit more obvious would be fantastic. But at the moment, it's like, what is he even looking at? And the mirror is like amplifying that, but when you look at the mirror, there's nothing really showcasing that's going to be like, oh, that's why he's proud. Or if it was a family photo or something, you'll be like, okay, now it's another level, but it's little statues. If you can explain that part, that'd be awesome.
Justin?
Yeah, I'll explain that for what I see. I'm actually with Russell. I support you, Russell. I'm around the same score, and I think this is good in silver. I think this is a first look. And if you look closely, there's actually another mirror on the wall where he is, which means he could probably see the bride before he's meant to see her, how he's meant to see her for a first look, and he's disciplining himself not to spoil that surprise. And I think there's a lot of merit in that. For a groom who's, about to see his bride, and he could have a little peek in the mirror there, but he hasn't. He's chosen to look away to the left so that when it's time for him to turn around, that's when he's going to get the full surprise. He's not ruining the surprise. Silver award, for sure.
Okay. Russell, I think it's back to you.
That's a great addition to the story, mate. I appreciate that very much. And Mark, I looked into the mirror because it's obviously we're being asked to do that. Our eyes travelling from left to right, we look up to see. And I looked into the subject matter in the mirror, and he's not looking at that. I don't believe he's doing that at all. I kind of like his away with the fairies kind of feel about, as Justin has explained, the impending sort of visualisation of his bride. To me, there's a sort of an anticipation about this, a kind of what's happening next kind of feel about it. And the fact that he's a little bit soft, he's the closest element in the image, but he's soft. And we get drawn through from right to left. Normally we go left to right. So to find the detail, and then we find her beautifully in focus in the background there. As a moody image and a wedding shot, it's quite beautiful, and I think it squeaks into silver easily, and I'd love you guys to kind of reward it there. We're pretty close anyway.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 82, silver award. Okay. Thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And, okay, so, all right, we're going to have to review it anyway, so if you want to do a quick challenge, that's all good. Yeah, sorry, that is you, Shah. Yeah.
Sorry, I just hit Russell Hamlet here, but he knows why. 79, guys. No one wants to be on 79. 79 suck. And we've got the opportunity here to pop this into silver, and I think it's deserving of that. This wonderful connection with the bride. She's leaning into her husband. His hand is protecting hers. The moment is soft. It's well composed. The leading lines of the aisle lead us straight to them, and they're beautifully framed by the window. The lighting has been well handled. The black and white treatment is perfect. And the rectangular mat just accentuates and balances the image. So I think it's been very, very well done and worthy of a silver. I scored it 84.
Okay, everybody else is pretty tight. Mark, you're at the lower end. Not that far away.
I scored this a 77. It just needed more connection with the bride and groom that would take me there. And that's where it's just not at. Architecturally, structurally, it looks really nice. It's posed nice. It's nice. But to get into a silver, I needed more connection with the bride and groom.
Anything to add from the middle three, which are all very similar scores? No. Looks like it might be back to you, Shah.
I'm not sure what kind of connection you're after, Mark. Do you want her to be like leaping in his lap, or if they were engaged in a kiss and things, I think they would be lost in that lighting there and behind there. I find that there is enough connection there for me to bring it into silver. This protection, this closeness, and she's looking directly at her groom, and sometimes side profiles aren't the easiest thing to photograph, but it's been very sympathetic and very well done, and it's flattering for her. So I commend the photographer for that. So we're very close, guys. Let's push this into silver. A couple of points, that's all we need.
Okay, let's rescore. $80, silver award. Okay, thank you team for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Russell?
This is a fabulously... Oh, I scored at 92, by the way, and it's well deserved. I think this photographer would have died and gone to heaven, bought a lotto ticket the day he took this. What an opportunity that this little girl has presented. You couldn't ask. You couldn't script this little story better. Her reaction to that moment is fantastic. And the smarts of the circular crop is so good, because in the first one, we see the ring box at the top, and that's the story. So we know what she's looking at, but that's where it's come from. So I think the inclusion of that, if it wasn't for that, it would be a little bit not mundane, but the fact that that's there is really, really, really clever. And then the story just unfolds for us, and she has just delivered, completely delivered in each of those circles to what we get as a she has, I don't know how I beat that. She has delivered fulsomely in the last frame, and it's just such a lovely little story. It's got a beginning, a middle, and an end, as all good stories do. And I you know, the balance of everything. It's just the photographer's just gone bang, 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 and delivered us a real beautiful, beautiful wedding day image, and it's gold.
Katie, down the other end of the scoring.
Yeah, okay, so I've definitely been too harsh here. Thank you, Russell, for challenging this so boldly, because I think this is a real reflection of a very, very good wedding photographer who knew exactly to keep their camera pointed on this little moment to see what happened. And if this had been something that I was shooting, I would have definitely cried in the moment as well, because it's just so sweet and so beautiful, and it's one of the side stories of weddings that can really be overlooked, can really just be not noticed because it's subtle. And so I love that we've been brought into this beautiful little story. I'm definitely going to come up. It's just sweet and emotive and really, really well crafted.
Shah from the middle ground.
Yeah, I scored at 88. Silver distinction for exactly the same reasons that that Katie and Russell have alluded to. I guess the only thing extra that I can add here is the genuineness and the empathy in this image that the groom, and I'm surmising that's her dad, has actually taken the time out of the wedding to get down to her level, to be in her world and include her in what is going on. This is a big day for little kids. They get overawed, they get starstruck by it. Some of them shrink and don't perform. Others just give us comedic gold or beautiful moments. And this is a really elegant depiction of that. That connection is just absolutely beautiful, and the look on the dad's face is just priceless. I'm sitting on 88, but I'm happy to come up.
Okay, any other comments? I think it's back to you, Russell.
I just think that I might add as well, this is, you know, we're looking for uniqueness and we're looking for something different, and this has given it to us. I mean, how often, you know, to get the buy-in of the little girl by giving her the ring, that's bloody smart. I mean, that's a very empathetic thing for that guy to do. And I've never seen that before. I've never seen anyone do it, and never mind have I ever seen anyone capture it in such a beautiful way. So I think we've been given a really great little story, a great little moment between a father and a daughter. Now that's been given to me, I like to believe that. And it's fantastic. She's been brought into the day. Mum's hogging all the bloody limelight, but she's just been given a little bit of buy-in, a bit of connection by having that ring put on her finger and her feeling unbelievably special, and then so coy about it as someone that age would be. It's a fantastic piece of communication, and it's been delivered to us in a really beautiful, simple way. I think it's solidly gold. I'd love people to think about how high a gold it actually is.
Okay, judges, please rescore. It's a 92, gold award. Okay, great, thank you for that. And so, just blank screen for a moment. We're going to give Shah a break. Angela, can you come in? Right, okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay, so, yeah. Okay, yep, Justin, what challenge
Yeah,
that?
I've stuck this into silver at 82, and I love the energy of it. And for me, I think this is that part of the day when you take the bride and groom out for sunset and you like practice the first dance. And there's just an awesome energy there. You know, a lot of the day with the bride and groom, there's a lot of nerves building up. And once all the ceremony and the formalities and stuff have been done, you know, certainly here in New Zealand in summer, the sun goes down quite late. It's towards the end of the night. And, you know, the nerves and they don't exist anymore. And there's just love and energy and happiness. And I think, look at the groom, he's fully into it. You know, let's talk about it. Let's get this there. We're not far from it.
Katie?
I find the angle a little awkward. I can obviously see that there's a lot of joy and connection and fun, and you know, and it's well handled. I've scored at 74, so it's solid professional practice for me. It would take a little bit more convincing to bring me up into silver, I think, because I just see it as like this is the photographer's captured the moment. It's not contrived. They're obviously having a good time, and they're being themselves. But this is what I think we should be doing every day as wedding photographers, regardless.
Okay, a word from the middle, Mark, maybe? No? If you haven't got anything to add, don't worry. Okay, all right.
I'd like to add something.
Yep, all right, quickly, Russell.
So, yeah, I'll be quick. Mate, Justin, agree with all the energy and all that sort of stuff, but that mark on the wall at the back is coming straight out of the guy's head, and it's just an intrusion that we could have done without, really. And as a professional, we just take a step to the right or the left and we deal with it. So for me, professional standard also 74.
Okay, so it's back to you, Justin.
Yeah, Katie, with regards to, you know, the stuff that we should be doing all day long, yeah, sure, like if we're photographing a ceremony or the family photos and stuff, I 100% agree, but this is a different part of the day. Russell, with regards to the thing on the wall, like I saw that as sort of him flicking his hair. You could almost think that that's his hair, and it just added a bit of fun to the image. We're not far from it, guys. You know, if you look at it like that, it adds a different dynamic to the image, and you know, his leg adds to that. You know, it kind of supports that narrative, and yeah, let's see what we can do.
Okay, let's rescore. $78, bronze award. Radio. Okay. So, can we just have blank screen for a moment? Katie, if you can take a break. And Stacey, can you come in, please? Okay, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently, excuse me, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Make up your mind, Russell.
Yeah, I'll have a crack at it. I scored at 86. I'm really glad it got into silvers anyway, so we all recognise it as being a pretty cool shot. The first thought that came to my mind when I was sort of looking is that, you know, when we photograph weddings and stuff, it's sort of all about the chick really, you know, it's a girl's day. And there's beauty and you want to look beautiful and all of that. And I think this image is really quite beautiful. I think it's quite it's got a lovely sort of feminine feel to it. And I looked at it for all those reasons. I quite liked the ethereal feel it gave with the light washing around them. And sure, they're a little bit soft, but I think it's all part of that central placement with the light source coming from where it is. And then what I really enjoyed as a little addition is the fact that the chairs have been stacked to the right in that little horizon just behind them. There's the empty table. So the symbols of other people being there in the past, that the ceremony has been and gone. And it's a little private moment after all that. They're there on their own. Haven't got all that support team. So the chairs and the table just lifted it as an inclusion in that story, just lifted it for me above just being a mere low silver, and it took me into the distinction range. Never mind all the wonderful exercises in symmetry, etc., etc., etc.
Angela, at the other end of scale?
Yeah, I gave this a 76 bronze. I really enjoyed the colour harmonies in the image, and I just felt that her pose, she wasn't quite committed to it, or yeah, maybe he's holding back a little bit in their connection there, and I feel like, I don't know, it's a small thing, but the building behind is off centre slightly, which I feel like you could have potentially just moved slightly to line that up, but it's a small detail, so I'm happy to come up a little for this.
Okay, any comments from the middle? No, don't have to if you've got nothing to add. Yeah?
Yep. Sorry. Yeah, look, I'm happy to come up. I think we should also add that the image has actually been really well printed. It really has. Russell, just to expand on what you were saying about the chairs, if you look closely, there's actually people in the background too, which does add to it. The only thing that held me back initially was I didn't know that we needed all of that sort of foliage around. I thought we could have cropped in a little bit more, but you know, I'm happy to come up to silver and award it.
Okay, Russell, back to you.
Well, the only comments that were made in criticism, you know, when people are kissing in wedding shots and there's a hand floating free, then you can say there's no passion, that it's bullshit, that it's set up and all that sort of stuff. But she's quite gentle and she's got her hands resting on his chest, and I think for anything of a connection, they are connected. At least they are bloody connected, because a lot of, you know, guys with hands in their pockets while they're kissing them, it's BS, you know. So at least here there's a tender moment. It's tenderly touching each other, and I think it's a wonderful piece of communication. And I'm all good with the foliage. It just leads us into the softness of what we've got right dead set centre. You know, it's like biting into a mellow puff, you know.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 82, silver award. Right. Okay, so Mark, we're just going to take a break, and Tracy, can you come in, please? Right, and go for next print, please. We've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can we get a comment for the photographer? Hey. I'm just going to pick on somebody then, Johan.
Congratulations on the bronze. Good use of forestry. I absolutely love the shoes. They're a little bit of a reveal as you look through the photograph, and they're so in contrast with everything else that's all the other bridal attire. I feel the subject's probably a little bit too central, and if you could find a way to recompose that would make the image a bit strong and give it more of a dynamic.
Okay, thank you, Johan. All right, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Okay, Russell.
I really enjoyed this image. It's really very beautiful. So well done to the photographer. A very simple idea carried out wonderfully. Perhaps her left hand, if it just had a little bit more grace to match the rest of the image, probably would have helped it a little bit because it is the darkest part of the shot. So perhaps when our eye goes up there, that could have been just made a little bit with a little bit more detail, a little bit more genteel.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Russell. All right, now we are about to have our change over to the digital side of things. So first of all, just want to reiterate that Canon are the sponsors of this category and the wedding category, and we're very happy with their sponsorship. It helps make this all possible. Without that funding, we would be not here. Now, we are going to play a game of Meet the Judges, and we'll start off with those that are in the front row. Okay, so we'll start at the near end. Why not? Everybody's pointing at her. All right, so all right, Tracy.
Jeez, I'm feeling ripped off. I only just got back on here. Hey, I'm Tracy Kennedy. I'm a wedding photographer based in the Waikato, Masters with Distinction with NZIPP. I'm also the person you talked to about accreditation here at NZIPP. Other than that, there's not really a lot to me because it's usually photography or farming, so that's or being a taxi driver to my kids, so that's pretty much me.
Okay, Stacey.
I'm Stacey Cavalier. I'm a full-time family and wedding photographer here in Christchurch. I have been with NZIPP for about 8 years now. I'm a Master with Distinction with one bar, and I guess I was family category winner in 2022 and wedding finalist last year. So yeah, I love being here, love helping and doing the judging and giving some positive feedback and constructive criticism to people out there learning.
Okay, thank you. Justin? as you take a sip of water.
Yeah, throat's dry. Hey guys, I'm Justin Aiken, NZIPP member for about 15 years, NZIPP Grandmaster, 5 times NZ Wedding Photographer of the Year, and 3 times Bay Plenty Waikato Photographer of the Year. And I'm a wedding and portrait and event photographer, and yeah, just stoked to be here.
Okay.
See some awesome imagery. Let's
Yeah.
go.
All right, cool. Russell?
I'm a very proud life member of this institute. Been a member for over 30 years. I have to say I had a very successful portrait business, wedding business. Achieved the dream of being able to retire at a relatively early age, financially free, and I still choose to come back every year because I love you guys, I love what we do. I love being involved in imagery, I love looking at them, talking about them, and just meeting all you weird and wonderful people every year. So, yeah, long may it last.
Angela?
I'm Angela Eastwood, and I'm a newborn and family photographer in Christchurch here for about almost 13 years now, and been with NZIPP for about 8 years. I'm currently the New Zealand newborn photographer for 2024, and I also was first and second place for the Asia Pacific Awards last year too, which was fun, and yeah, that's me.
Okay. Katie, don't get off just because you're not on the panel.
I'm Katie Collenberg from Australia. I am a family portrait photographer primarily. Been doing it for about 17 years. A new member of the NZIPP, which is exciting, and this is my first time judging the Iris Awards. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Johan?
My name's Johan. I am a judge. Some people think I'm too judgy. I like to think I'm a bit more of a poet than a judge. I won Wedding Photographer of the Year several times, won all sorts of other stuff. I do a lot of judging. And I live here in Christchurch, and I still work in photography. I do business portraiture, architecture, and the occasional wedding.
Nice. Okay. Shah, run forward.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Shah Devine. I'm a portrait photographer based here in Christchurch. I've photographed weddings for about 25 years and have recently moved from that genre more to focus on portraits. So I run my own studio here in Christchurch, focusing mainly on personal branding, headshots, and body positivity. I recently completed a project called Embrace Your Greys, encouraging women to share their stories about letting their hair go grey, which was a very insightful and exciting project. I've been a member of the NZIPP for more than 25 years. I've served on the Honours Council and the accreditation team, and now being able to judge is the pinnacle of my involvement with NZIPP. If I'm not photographing, you can find me op shopping. That's my happy place. Coffee is also a happy place too. So if you're up for a coffee, hit me up. And fabulous time here, and thank you all to the sponsors for making this a platform that we can share, learn, and grow. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Simon, you're actually about to hit the deck running here in a minute, so we might as well just get an intro of you as well, just quickly before we start this digital.
Hiya, I've just burnt my mouth with coffee, so excuse me. Strongest, hottest coffee in the world back there. My name's Simone Jackson. I'm from Otipoti, Dunedin. I'm a wedding photographer, and I became Grandmaster in 2023. I've been a finalist in quite a few categories like nature, wedding, landscape open, landscape and camera, and I've won them a couple of times as well. And I'm really enjoying myself here too. It's just amazing to see the vibe, the energy. It's just unbelievable. So if you get the chance, you'll be having huge FOMO not being here. So I'm sorry that you're not here, but would hope to see you next year.
Great, thank you for that. Now we're just going to shuffle a couple of judges, and Tracy, you can come off. Katie, if you can come in for Tracy. And Johan, if you come on in. And Justin, you take a break. Thank you. Right, now, everybody's logged in, ready to go. Digital's all good to go. So, let's go. All right, first image. No, you just. Okay, we're a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And can we have a comment from somebody? Yep, Johan.
Great idea. That first look or not look. The use of the two images to create a juxtaposition is clever. However, the presence of the palm across the groom in the second image sort of really takes away from the clarity of what we're trying to see, and perhaps pay a bit more attention to focus as well.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Johan. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we had a score of 73, professional standard. And can I have it? Yep, Russell, comment for this.
Well done. Booking such a wonderful couple because they look like they're really getting into the moment and they're into each other. However, they are fighting with a lot of other elements in this image. Even the fountain going through their heads is one, but obviously the depth of field effort. Sometimes, there's a saying, art for art's sake. I think it's just a little bit too much for us to be able to enjoy what is actually happening between a lovely couple.
Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And, yeah, you can, Angela, you can challenge that.
I just really enjoyed the interaction between this mother and her son. I gave it an 83, just to sneak it into the silvers there. For that story, I'm a mum of boys, so I get that whole kind of awkwardness of him standing there and letting mum kind of fix his tie and straighten him up and get him looking sharp for his big day. And I can feel her excitement and her fussiness of dealing with him in there. So I just think that it's well seen and well captured by the photographer for those reasons. A few more points would be great.
Okay, everybody else is on a very similar score. So Johan put his hand up first.
Right. When using a repetition like this, it's quite good to get the framing consistent, and the inconsistency of the first frame threw me out, and for that I gave it a lower score. However, you are very right about the relationship between a mother and her son, let's assume, and what I went back and had another look, and the thing that I actually absolutely love about it is he's being such a lad. And he, in every single photo, even though she's all hands-on and doing everything, he's kept his hands in his pocket, just like a lad. And that's kind of a solid thing. I wish the images were a little bit bigger, but I gave it a 78, and I could creep up.
Okay, Stacey or Katie, both of you were sort of indicating.
Yeah, Johan kind of said one of the things I was going to say, which did make me initially think, oh my God, I'm getting so old, I can barely see what's happening here. But I actually think that what probably would have worked better is if they had have cropped in, made the image vertical or square, and just lost that, and then we wouldn't have been annoyed by the fact that the first image is a slightly different frame than this from the second two, and they would have been a bit bigger and easier to read, and it also probably would have suited the actual background a little more, just the repetition of the vertical shape rather than taking it into horizontal. But otherwise, yeah, I agree with everything you said, Johan.
Russell, if there's something to add.
I scored at 78, and I'm now supporting Angela. I think it's a silver as well. I actually really enjoy the fact that the vertical's been presented in the horizontal. I think if it was all verticals, a little bit passé, but it's actually a very humorous piece as well. He's being you can sort of see him going, oh, Mum, she's fussing, and he's dropped his height in the middle one so she can have access to his flowers, and it's quite a neat, frivolous little sort of intimate. It's great being small traits because we had to all go up and really look in there, and when we look in there, we see a lovely little moment, and repeated, I think. Nice. It just would have been boring, 3 verticals to me, to be honest. I think it's a nice play on it. And Johan, the details, the slight difference, really, does it really matter? I mean, we were meant to be looking as smack in the middle. And so the more I looked at it, the more I'm looking at it even from here, I'll be lifting into silver as well.
Back to you, Angela.
Great, thanks for the support, guys. I do agree with the crop and the elements not quite being the same in all 3, but I saw that instantly. But as soon as I get into the story, I forgave that there, and I think had you cropped in too tight, you'd lose that sense of distance because boys, I don't think he would have allowed her to fuss around him quite so much if there was somebody right there taking the photo right up and close to them. So this is a quiet moment with him with his mum, allowing her to fuss around him, and but I think his reaction probably would have been quite different had more people been around, and he would have been like, get off, Mum, stop fussing. A few more points, just bring it up into silver will be awesome.
Okay,
Thanks.
let's rescore. '81 silver award. Okay, good conversation, people. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is a professional standard. And can we have a comment from somebody? Okay, Russell.
Yeah, I scored at 74 in professional standard. It's a nice moment, but it's very heavily printed, and her hand is very heavily treated in the image and takes our eye to the bottom away from the moment.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Russell, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is a professional standard. And a comment from Stacey. Yep.
Yeah, this is a really, really beautiful bride and taken in quite harsh light. So you've done really, really well. I think possibly, possibly just thinking about where the bride sits within that kind of pathway, so that she was a little bit more maybe central, so that we're not losing the flowers into the background. It's a really, really beautiful image, but it is an image that we would be expecting to take every day.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And a comment for the photographer, Johan?
Yep. Great relationship with the dog and the people. You can see who's the boss. Because it's an image that relies on cropping, I felt the cropping was very important, and maybe cropping in from the left-hand side would give you less of the bride's dress to take you out of the picture and would really focus into where you want to be.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73, professional standard. And a comment, Johan. It's some eyebrows.
good professional standard. I feel that the image would have been just a little bit stronger if it had been taken from slightly further around, so you're not looking at the groom's shoulder and his ear, and more into how the bride is resting on his chest and his face leaning into that.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, bronze award. Alrighty, a comment. Katie, you've got caffeine in your hands, so you can give a good comment.
Yeah, this is a really beautiful capture. Enjoying the environmental elements and also the movement. I would just watch the placement or like the angle that you've chosen, because I think there's a lot going on with the movement of the veil, and so therefore the dress below it is a little distracting. And there's also that line of like division of the environment that kind of cuts in between the dress and the veil. So just watching those things, and or maybe just a different crop as well, just to bring us into where the action really is.
Great, thank you for those comments, Katie. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, a comment from somebody. Okay, Katie.
The caffeine's working.
Yeah.
So I really enjoy this, and I would have loved to have actually scored it higher if it just wasn't for just way too many distractions in the image. And I know it's hard when you're in a space that you don't have full control over, but then it's down to the use of, what lens you choose and where you stand. I think if you could get rid of a lot of what's happening behind the bride, it would have been much more compelling and would have really elevated the image.
Great, thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard, and a comment from somebody. Yeah, Russell?
Well seen to the photographer of checking out the little child and what she's up to, but she's competing with something in every single frame that you have her. So there's a potential story there, but she's fighting with other elements in all of them. So perhaps just a little tidy up in how you look at things there.
Okay, thank you for that, Russell. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Johan's throwing his hands up, wants the challenge.
Several things. One, thank you for a large image. The story is very obvious, you know, when things go wrong, and good on the photographer for including that, capturing it, and sharing it with us, because it's not always geometry, it's not always gymnastics, and sometimes there's a fail. And the fails add to the humour and the fun of the day. And when the groom is supposed to rely on his best men for support and they don't give it, this is what happens. I gave it an 84, see what you can do.
Stacey, you're at the other end of the scale.
I gave this a 72, and I mean, the joy, the humour in it is absolutely fantastic. I love the fact that there's that little bit of tree that almost looks like it's growing out of his foot, and the movement in it is brilliant. I really, really wanted to like it, but I don't feel like it's in focus. So maybe someone could check that for me.
Angela, you're on the average. Yep.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this as well, and the humour there is very obvious. It seems like they're going to have an awesome day. And I can be convinced to come up. I gave it a 78, and I think I can come up to silver. I quite enjoy the shadows kind of pointing to the action as well, from those triangular trees on the side there. And yeah, it's a fun, and I think they've done well, you know, in dealing with the lighting conditions on the day, because it's obviously quite a bright and sunny day, so I think they've done very well in dealing with that too.
Russell, you had something to add?
Yeah, you know, sometimes we can be a little bit too generous, and it is a fun moment, but it's not that particularly. I gave it a 78, so I've awarded the humour that's been captured. Trace, I'm not actually enamoured of the bush coming out of his foot at all. In fact, I think if the foot had been clear in the clouds, we would have had a real sense of upending, if you like. And I think that has anchored the foot where it actually isn't anchored at all. So just because it's funny doesn't mean it's silver, and I think we've rewarded it pretty well for where it is in the high 70s.
Okay, Johan, back to you.
I feel the softness that you're referring to is a bit of movement rather than a lack of focus. The dynamic of it is it's still in motion, so we don't know what happens yet. And that sense of this could go really, really wrong, and that sense of almost is something that gives this image, along with the humour, a little bit of gravitas. And I would like to reward the photographer for, one, capturing it with fine detail, you know, good exposure, etc. Yes, he would have moved the tree, or he or she would have moved the tree if they'd had the opportunity. It was stuck. And it's the key of the moment, and I think to criminalise a photographer for not waiting for that extra second for it to get into the sky, isn't the issue. I think the story is fun, it's energetic, and it deserves a reward. I gave it an 84. See if we can squeak it into a bronze.
It's in a bronze. Squeak
Silver. I meant silver. Yes.
Okay, judges, please rescore. You squeaked it to 79, and you know what that means. So, judges, can we have a 79 or an 80, please? Oh, sorry. Thought that was automatic. Stand by, stand by. $79, bronze award. Okay. Next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Stacey, you want to challenge that? Yep.
I thought I'd be really brave with this one. I just thought this was such a beautiful, peaceful moment. I've given it an 82. Obviously, the building itself is called Memory Lane. It's kind of got that old retro feeling about it. There's lots. I know there's lots in the image, but the older gentleman, it seems to me, has just snuck off from the event of what's going on, and he's taking a moment out, surrounded by this old nostalgic cottage to reflect on things. And generally the tonal palette is very green and orange, but he stands out beautifully amongst kind of all of those things by being in that blue shirt. So it just really gave me a kind of nostalgic and almost slightly sad feeling, but that he's kind of just crept away to go and maybe have some memories of his own in this beautiful, peaceful garden while everything else is going on. So I just encourage you to reconsider, have a wee look and see what we can do.
Angela, you're at the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I gave this a 72, and I can applaud the photographer for seeing this quiet moment, and I can see the story there. However, there's so much going on around the edge of the frame that takes you out of that moment. And whether it's treating a black and white treatment might have helped with that, but there's a very bright satellite dish on the edge, cropping it right in and really bringing you into that little scene in the middle would have really strengthened this for me, but I just didn't quite, just not quite successful as it is for me.
Okay, Russell, for the middle scorers.
Yeah, I scored this 78. It's a very thought-provoking image, and I think the power, for me anyway, was the empty pillow, the pillow where otherwise somebody would be sitting with him. And obviously she is not with him any longer, I feel. And his expression and the shot is him and what's missing on that bench. And so for that it was quite thought-provoking, but it does compete with a lot of other elements that could have been perhaps taken care of with a little bit more diligence. And for the storytelling, I rewarded it. For the photography, not so much.
Stacey, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I actually think that adds a really lovely element to the story that I hadn't really seen, and it just sort of reinforces to me that idea of him sneaking away to kind of reflect on things. I know there's a lot of elements there. I mean, I appreciate that the satellite dish isn't great, but I think if we'd have cropped in more, then we would have lost the idea that this is a wee tiny cottage in a very, very natural kind of, sort of almost foresty country environment, and the isolation of that wee cottage, and then the isolation of that older gentleman on his own, kind of the fact that he's looking away from that empty side of that bench. All of those things just add to that kind of nostalgic and peaceful and thoughtful side for me, and I would just love you to reward that if you can. Just a couple of points.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $80, silver award. Okay, thank you very much for all that, judges. And so we're going to just have a bit of a swap out. Russell and Stacey, you can take a break because you've got somewhere else to be soon. And can we have Simon come in and Mark? Sorry. All right, everybody ready to go? Next print, please. Okay, that's received a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Comments for the, is that an eyebrow at me, Johan?
Congratulations on the bronze. There's a lovely sort of moment. You get the sense of them inhaling each other in some sort of way. A bit of thought into the layout of the dress would have perhaps strengthened the image so that you didn't have part of the bottom of the dress coming out of the back of the groom's feet, and maybe a crop in from the top to get rid of that bright area would have even improved it more.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Angela, yeah, you want to challenge that?
I gave this an 83. I just think the photographer's done a really fantastic job of capturing this moment, and it's really striking the image in the frame. Obviously, somebody who isn't there, and he's just got he's really. It feels like he's looking right at you, and he has a kind of almost a pensive kind of sadness in his eyes as well. So I think that's just a really enhances and adds to that story. Yeah, I think it's a very beautifully captured, and it's obviously a busy scene just after the ceremony, I think, and they've done very well to see this and capture it at the perfect timing. So a few more points, I think, to bring it up into silver would be awesome.
Johan, you're at the other end of the scoring range.
Oh, me. I gave it a bronze. I gave it a 76. I thought that I was confused as to whether the photographer had much control over this moment or not. In one sense, I'm feeling there's a collusion between the hugging person and the photographer, and then if that's the case, then maybe another moment when those people weren't in the background, it would have been a stronger image. If there wasn't a collusion, then I'm feeling that perhaps I would have liked to have seen a greater depth of feeling from the hugging person at the back. So either way, I was a little bit conflicted, and I didn't get a strong direction in either. So because of that confusion, I gave it a 76, and keep talking. Maybe I can clarify.
Simone, thoughts from the middle ground?
Yeah, I'm a little bit on the same wavelength as Johannes. I'm wondering that the photographer would have maybe taken a couple of other images, and it could have been better because that frame over the back of the bride will be there for a while they're having that hug, and the expressions change so fast. And I'm wondering if maybe another image of that same scene could have been used to be even stronger. But it's a beautiful, emotive capture.
Do you have something quickly, Mark? No? Okay, all right. Back to you.
Yeah, I think the reason that there are all the people in the background is because it wasn't something that the photographer set up. I think that potentially the woman holding the frame might be a sister, and this is a father figure for them, and so she's had the picture through the ceremony and come to hug her sister after the ceremony. That's how I read the situation, and I think that that's part of the reason why I just snuck it into the silver, because the photographer's done a great job of being able to capture that moment unplanned for this couple, and yeah, do what you can.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. We've got a score of 79, which puts us into a review situation, so just stand by, let me push the button, and you should be able to have either 79 or 80. Thank you, judges. And that's confirmed as a 79, Bronze Award. Okay, thank you for all that input, judges, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72, which is professional standard. And can I get a comment from somebody along the line there? Yeah, Simone.
To the photographer, it's a really beautiful image, and you've done well with your professional standard there. To make the image stronger, I'd suggest maybe a good crop could actually help with the capturing that moment in time. Just the power of the crop sometimes is just massive. And yeah, you definitely head along the right lines though to get that moment, to get that cool connection between them both. It's really cute. They're both connecting about some cool, funny joke. So yeah, well done.
Okay, thanks, Simone. And can we have the next image, please? We've got a score 73, professional standard. So, can we... I'm going to look at you, Johan. You're right in the middle of the group.
Okay, good on you for the professional standard. To elevate this image, there seems to be an in-joke with the hands, and maybe including the third bridesmaid's hands would have been good. And then just being aware of how the background affects what you see. There's this tree growing out of the bride's head, which isn't very fortunate. But yeah, just keep working with it.
Okay, thank you, Johan. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is a professional standard. And I'll pick on Mark this time. Yep, comment?
I scored this a 72 as professional standard. There's a lot going on in here with the horses, the fence, the circle crop. The bride is just not in the most flattering pose or position at all. So maybe this is where you need to step back and have some timing or have a little bit more direction to create something a little bit more finessed.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72. That's a professional standard. And Johan, you're wanting to make a comment?
And here there's a wonderful image waiting to happen. If that front umbrella had been slightly higher so that the full shadow of the bride had been in there, and then the back of the bride, or even most of the bride cut out, you've got this beautiful silhouette of the groom in the background, and you've got this wonderful shadow happening on the umbrella in the foreground. It would have been just a wonderful set of images, and could have scored quite highly.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments, Johan. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is professional standard. Okay, and... Okay, all right. Yep, go. Katie, comment?
Yeah, I think this is very much about, you know, the friends or bridal party looking through the window and some really careful cropping and maybe a reorientation of the actual shape, the format of the image would have really elevated this into award standard for me.
Okay, thank you, Katie. All right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Once again, close scoring. So can I take a comment from somebody? On the lady, Angela, you're...
Well done on your bronze award. Yeah, it's obviously a fun moment as the couple are leaving the party in their vehicle. I think to improve it, just be careful of some of those brighter colours not dominating where your eye is going. So the hot pinks, kind of, you just want to look at that the whole time, and it takes you away from the awesome expressions and the fun that the couple are having. So yeah.
Okay, thanks, Angela. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Once again, very tight scoring across our judges. So I'm just making my way up the line. So Simon, you're next. Yep.
Well done for getting this professional standard as well. I'd like to maybe suggest, I know it's really difficult when you're at a wedding and you see this gorgeous little kid and you just want to just keep following and hope that they do something really super cute, and they generally will. I do wonder if maybe he spotted photographer and that was it, that was the best shot, but I think maybe just keep going with this. You'll find another cute kid that will do even better. To make this stronger, I think maybe just choosing another image could have actually worked better too, but yeah, keep going with it. You got great imagination in there to keep following this type of thing.
Okay, thanks, Simon. And so can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, and that's a bronze award. Comment, Johan.
Yeah, great mirroring. What I really like about the image is that on the left-hand side, you tend to focus on the bride, and on the right-hand side, you tend to focus on the groom. There is a shadow that runs down between them and pretty much hits their noses, which if there was a way to adjust or fix that or not have that by the way they turned out, that would be stronger. Greater connection.
Okay. Simon, something very quickly.
Can I add something to the entrant? Another comment for the entrant to help them?
Just quickly.
Just very quickly, also in this you can actually maybe just be a little bit more flattering on the skin tone of the bride's arms. That could actually just help just addressing that within this category rules. You can still do that.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Now, just hold on a sec. We need to just do a judge change. Actually, we're going to do a double judge change. So, Angela, you can take a break. And Tracy, if you can come in. And Katie, you can take a break. And Shah, come on in. Is Shah here? No, there she is. Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 71, professional standard. And Mark, a comment for the photographer?
I scored this a 71, professional standard. Just the bride on the right, you can't see the back of her head or her head at all. So it's just a great location, great thought process, but have a think through the pose and the styling and the overall image as well.
Okay, thank you for that, Mark. And next image, please. Okay, with a score of 76, which is a bronze award. All good with that? Okay, and a comment for the photographer? Yeah, okay, Johan?
Congratulations on the bronze. Great narrative, possibly a few too many images, making it a little bit confusing. And for some reason, they're all quite top-heavy with redundant information. So too much sky, too much trees, and you're losing hands and bits and pieces that are actually really informative. So it would have been stronger with that inclusion.
Okay, thank you for that. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And whose hand? Oh, actually, Johan. Yes, you're the winner.
I gave this an 83. How unique. I've shot a lot of rings and things, and I've never seen one like this. This is very good. And what's beautiful is the sense of tender that comes between these two people, the way they're holding each other. I would have gone heaps higher if printing wasn't so heavy, but aside from that, it's just beautiful. And then the capture, the absolute framing of the bride and groom so happy in that ring. And it's only a small element within the frame, but man, it's good.
Tracy, you're down the other end of things.
I kind of knew you were going to come for me. I've scored this a 74 professional standard. I enjoy the unique capture of it. It's something slightly different to the usual ring, the ring photos. I'm struggling with the really bright highlights on the bride's fingernails and her ring. It just seems to, for me, I keep getting drawn down to that dominating ring of hers where I don't find the emphasis is on his ring. And for some reason, his thumb really bothers me, and I'm just not sure why. And if you can explain that to me, explain it a bit better, that would be great.
Mark from the middle ground. I will come to you, Shah.
Yeah, I'm in the middle at 78. It's more from a shot and creative thought process. It's really cool. It's really that's pretty cool. In terms of finesse with the hands and the posing of what you could do, saying dainty, more pose, more positions. This is a well thought out process that they would have had to be directed to hold hands, look down, look left, look right, not a little bit more, get in closer. I get the thought process, but then the positioning of the hands is just that let down a little bit. If you could revisit this, which you can't, it's wedding day, and have a really good positioning of the hands and capture the same thing and have more control with the lighting and the printing, well, with the image, the retouching, I think it'd be a lot further.
Shah?
Just very quickly, hands are notoriously difficult to photograph, just like feet. They never look right. They always look awkward and uncomfortable when they hold tension, and people aren't sure what to do with them or where to put them, or they're putting their foot in it when they're not supposed to be. This is an extraordinary example of how hands can look beautiful and tender, and that thumb there just anchors the image. I think, Tracy, if it helps you at all, and it does create connection. It's just touching gently onto the thumb of the bride. I'm not bothered by the highlights on her ring or her nails. That's inconsequential, because the beauty and the strength is in the connection with the hands. And how the photographer got that beautiful reflection is amazing without being in it themselves. So it's incredible. So I rewarded it with an 82.
Johan, back to you.
I feel that if that thumb wasn't there, you would follow the bride's thumb down and then disappear off the photograph, and that's a shame. But there's a full stop. The thumb is full stopping you and pushing you back up to where you need to be. So it's quite good for doing that. And there's that circle arch over the top of the highlight over the fingers, which is then dropped down almost delicately to the fingertips with the shiny bits of the fingernails. So I feel there's a wonderful heart-shaped circle, and I'm not talking about a heart that you draw, but the heart that lives. It's in the form of a pumping heart. And if you then look at the softness of the touch of the top finger to the two fingers of the bride, and the way the bride's thumb is gently placed over the knuckles of the groom, there's such a tenderness and love in this. And then on top of that, you have that reflection. I gave it an 83. You know what I want.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. You did it. 80. Silver award. Okay, good conversation, judges. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy. Okay. All right. Can we have the next image, please?
Cool. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. All happy with that? Yep. Can I grab a comment? Mark? Yep.
I scored this a 76, bronze award. From a colour tonality point of view, it's beautiful. Really, really love it. The idea and concept is great. The kiss is just off. He's not even kissing her, he's kissing on the side of her face type of thing. So I would look at, and I've mentioned this before, to swap heads, that you see more of the bride and less of the groom. So change kind of noses, if you understand that part of things, because it'll be just a more flattering image overall and a bit softer. So a little bit more direction and timing and posing.
Cool. Thank you. Good comments there. Just put next print. So we have an initial score of 79. So we're going to have to chat about it. So I just need to know, is a challenge by... Sorry. Needs to be Mark. Yeah.
Okay, I scored this in 84, so into the top end of silver. We just spoke before about timing, and this is like not too early, not too late. It's just great kind of timing. The framing of the veil is just so delicately placed, and it just captures what you want to just draw your eyes into, which is the lips, the necklace, the earring, the leading lines that lead into there, the curves. The curve of the veil on the right is the same curve of the face as well, and the neckline. You can see just enough through the veil that you can see the groom's collar and the clothing, so the handling of the print is done really well, and the muted tones I think has just brought out what you need to see, and those red lips, you just want to get in there. Sorry to my wife.
Can I go to you, Johan? Can I come to you?
Okay, so I gave this a 73, and I'm happy to come up a bit, because I love that sense of tension. That tension, you know, the moment before the kiss, you know, it's so powerful. There's that bit where they start inhaling each other's presence, and it's wonderful. There were two things. One is I felt that it was just needed a bit more of a heavy crop from the side, so that it was actually even a square from the left-hand side. Take the left-hand side out, and then that tension is brought into the edge of a frame, and it feels even more tactile. And then the other thing that kind of bugged me was probably unavoidable, but her chin is quite dominant in the photograph because of the way it's caught the light in the absolute center of the image. And that sort of breaks up that beautiful amount of tension for me. So I'll come up to bronze. Maybe you can talk me to higher. Yeah.
Cool. And Shah, you want to have a read?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I scored at 63. 63? Yes. I appreciate your comments, Johan and Mark, and I get the idea of tension. I think, Mark, your comment before about positioning and noses this is a really good example of where this could have been put into play really, really well. The fact that the nostril of the groom is so dominant, and you have the black hole of his nostril, which is an empty space, which causes a dark shadow on above the bride's lips. The hair is messy. The way the chin that Johan has alluded to is quite dominant, and the way the hair is cut across her neck is actually distorted and given her neck a very unflattering shape. Had we cropped out all that mess at the bottom with the hair and the necklace and the earring, that moment of tension there would have got me to where you guys are now. And I'm sorry, but at the moment I can't see myself heading that direction.
Simone, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I've listened to all your comments. Oh, sorry, my score was 81, a good solid silver. I agree with all of you, absolutely all of you. But the thing is, what we're missing here is that sexy beast of a moment. That it's like, get a room, guys, and they're just so passionate, and just the passion I want to. I just want them, I've been told to be careful here. Just that passion, they're calling me down. Don't say hot flushes, you're telling my age here. No, I just think the reason I've gone to the silver is because it is giving that interpretation of that moment, and sometimes that passion, that moment that the photographer captured, probably couldn't do it again. There would have been changed or missed, or they would have kissed, and it would have been boring. But sometimes we can forgive faults, because I've seen the faults, and I'm just going to add one more, to be honest, because I love it. I would have liked to actually seen it in a black and white, to be honest, but just the strength of that passion, and get a room, guys, this is what I really thought was very cool.
Cool. And Mark, back to you.
Great conversation, people. Johan, I love the space issue. I love that there's enough space. It gives it room to breathe when there's not a lot of space in there to breathe in the first place. And I'm a big stickler for the nose positioning and face positioning, and it would normally annoy me. But in this case, the groom is head on, and in terms of he's on the same plane with the headspace. It's the brides that's gone into him and really leaned in, which has created the extra tension and the extra, like, she's like right there in that moment where he is more straight on. So normally it would really bug me, but in this case, it's one of those scenes that it just adds the tension into the elements. So I've scored it an 84. It's currently at, what is it at, sorry?
79.
79. One more point, people. Let's get it over there.
Cool. Please re-enter your scores. Right. All that chat didn't achieve anything, so we're still at 79. So we're just going to have to review that. So this time, once it comes through, just give it a minute. 79 or 80, please. Cool. So it's 79 Bronze Award. Well done. Next print.
Okay, we have a score of 72, which is professional standard. And can we have a comment from somebody, please? Everybody's pointing at Mark.
Thank you, Johan. 73, I scored this. In terms of the idea's there, but it's a little bit contrived. It's a little bit more staged. The doors aren't exactly straight. The expression is kind of half there. It just needs a little bit more story behind it. Not obviously we get the story, but a little bit more animation and movement or expression from the bride and groom that makes it more believable rather than the walking out, stop, stand, hold there, now go for a kiss.
Okay, thank you for that, Mark. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is professional standard. And, yep, Shah, a comment for the photographer?
Yes, thank you. Just be very aware of your positioning and posing. This a beautiful warm embrace has a wonderful connection. Just the positioning could have been held and could have been made just a little bit better. Having the fountain coming out of the couple's heads is not flattering. Also, the bright highlights on the left hand side of the plants, and also mirrored in the on the bride's arms. There's a wonderful tattoo on her arm, which obviously means something to her, but it's not well presented in this image. So just have a think about your positioning and lighting going forward. But keep going. Well done.
Okay, stand by, stand by, stand by. We're just going to do a quick judge change. Johan, you can take a break, and Justin, if you want to come in, and just letting the judges know that the lunches are out the back, so you can go and grab them and get some nutrition in. Right, T.O. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard, and a comment. All right, Justin. Yep.
Yeah, well done on the pro standard. This bride's wearing a beautiful dress. I'll just crop in a little bit. I don't think we need that space above her head. Let's get in a little bit closer and appreciate that dress.
Okay, thank you, Justin. And next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And a comment for the photographer. I'm just going to pick on somebody, Simone.
Congratulations on your bronze. It's very exciting. Yeah, congratulations. I'm wondering if to maybe get this to a stronger point or toe. Maybe thinking about black and white conversion, and just really the power of the crop as well might help. Just with that that foot in the foreground, you would have been able to easily capture the emotion, the awesome emotion that you've got in there. But no, well done, congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Simone. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 65, professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, Tracy? Yep.
Okay, it's a great moment captured. I would have taken a step back to capture the bottom of the dress. You've cropped off limbs that are not quite flattering, but overall, I felt the whole image wasn't sharp. they're all quite, they're not in focus. So, there.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. And so, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and a comment for the photographer, Shah.
Congratulations on your bronze. Lucky for you with the weather that day, that the sunset has really helped elevate your image into this award range. The idea that the couple are together but the deer as a couple are apart is actually quite an interesting juxtaposition here, which is why I put it in at 77. I think perhaps just to elevate it a little bit more, perhaps focusing on the couple and their interaction together, just to create a little bit more animation and emotion there. But well done.
Okay, thank you, Shah, for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, a bronze award. And Justin, a comment for the photographer?
Congrats on your bronze. I feel like if this was later in the day with more less ambient light, this would really have worked really well. So maybe just think about the time that you're of the day that you choose to do these things. But this is great, well done, and it's very fun.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. And can we get, yeah, a comment, Shah?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for entering this image. The idea here is perhaps to look at your skin tones. You've got some very hot red faces, red legs, that just needs some addressing. Also, the whiteness, like we've almost lost the bride. It's almost like the image needed to be taken a little bit earlier. Just have a look at, perhaps you may have taken a series of these images. Perhaps it might have worked better as a series or as a black and white. The cropping is also very, very tight from the hand at the top and the shoes at the bottom. So just be mindful of giving your images enough room to breathe.
Okay, thanks, Shah, for the comments. Now, I'm just going to we'll do a judge change before we move on to the next image. So, Tracy, you can jump off, and Angela, you're out. Yep. Okay. If you come on in. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And a comment, Shah, yep.
Congratulations, bronze award. I honestly, when I walked up and smelt, and I could smell something when I when I saw this image. I think it might have been Justin's aftershave. He assures me that it is. So well done on your bronze. I think to elevate the image a little bit more, perhaps some more expression on his face. He's obviously a very proud, strong man, but maybe if his face was screwed up with the coldness of the spray, or just something else, just to give us a little bit more emotion in that image. But other than that, really well done.
Okay, thank you, Shah, for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Shah's hand has shot to the air.
When you wake up on your wedding day, the last thing you want to see is rain. But here we have an image that shows us that out of inclement weather can come little bits of nuggety goodness. And this shows the direction with the road leading in, the way that the driveway is configured gives us almost like a heart shape there. So you've got the bride and perhaps her dad, they've got gumboots on, you've got an idea of the sense of place. They're obviously in a farming community or somewhere where no rain is prevalent. But this is one of those captures that will sit on their wall. It will be enduring, and it will show that even though the weather wasn't what you expected and perhaps not what you dreamed of, but it's beautiful. They're well positioned. The shape of the umbrellas also mimics that curve of the drive and the curve of the ground in front. So I think it's been really well done, really well handled on a day that was possibly, quite difficult. And they've managed to salvage something out of it to give the couple something really memorable. So I scored an 83.
Angela, you're down the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I gave that this is a 73, a high professional standard. I think that I agree they've done really well at capturing this scene and what the day has presented them with. The thing that held me back was just there's a little bit of lack of connection between the two, and maybe had they glanced towards each other, just something to give it a little bit more rather than just here's our
Have we got any
wet
words from the middle
day.
crew? Yeah, Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Shah, for challenging this one. I think that's Dad. Yeah, so I'm not expecting a heck of a lot of connection at that point with them or that. Like, but the thing that confused me was I was expecting that, like, this is obviously a home wedding, I'm guessing, and that's lovely. And Shah, like you say, for them to have this image, if it is a home wedding, then that's really wonderful. And obviously the weather. I was just a bit confused why there was nothing or no one, no chairs set up under the marquee. Perhaps that's just there for people to stand in the rain. They're going to somewhere else. I'm happy to come up and listen. I'm glad you brought this up, Shah. So I think I'll be supporting you.
Mark's got a quick comment.
Very quickly, I'm at 74. I think this is just one of those simplicity at its finest. It's really simple as a black and white, and it doesn't have to be overcomplicated.
Okay, back to you, Shah.
Yeah, that's great comments, Mark, because that's exactly where this is. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated. I think, Justin, thank you for your support, and you're right. No, why are the chairs not there? Has it got so wet that they can't hold the ceremony here? If this is their family property, it may not be in their property forever. So again, it has historical importance. Perhaps they're walking in because the groom hasn't shown up. I mean, there's so many things you could say about this image, but it does have an endearing quality. And if that indeed that is her dad, I think that you're right. The connection would be different, but if they were locked in embrace or anything, I don't think they've got any way that they can do that because their hands are full. There's no other space. So yeah, let's see what we can do, guys.
Okay, let's rescore. The original score was 77. And you've done it, 80, silver award. Okay, good conversation, people. Now we're just going to let Mark go and get some lunch, and so Russell's going to come in or sub in. So. Right. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Angela wants to challenge this. Yep.
Yeah, I gave this an 81, just snuck it into the silver there. just love this woman's character. I think she's probably a real hoot, and I think I quite like that she's looking just off camera, so she's not actually doing this to the photographer, she's doing this to somebody obviously nearby that she knows and has said something to her. I like that the car is that she's in is equally character filled, and it's a vintage car, so I think that yeah, everything works really well with the humour and the connection, and a few more points to silver would be great.
Okay, the rest of you are all right around the average, so okay, go Justin. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with all the things you said, and I love the personality and the fact that, you know, Gran's the chauffeur. I would have scored this higher if the image was a slightly straightened and cropped in. I don't need to see that, you know, road sign on the left there. I want to go straight to Gran. You know, happy to talk about it, but I'm happy at bronze. I think a hard bronze is good for this image. But I'm happy to hear more.
Has anybody else got comments? It's going to be pretty short. Okay, back to you, Angela. Yep.
I tried. Yeah, what can I say? I love it, and hopefully you can give it 1 or 2 more points just to sneak it up there. Thanks.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 78, Bronze Award. Alrighty, thank you for that. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a Bronze Award. Simon would like to challenge that. Yep.
Thank you. I was the same. I was at that level 2, and I had to...
Score.
I'm sorry. I've scored this at 80. I've just nudged this into a silver. I'd like to get it just a few more points. I was confused at the time because of the sun, especially. That was... Why did the photographer not just move to the right a little bit and still be able to get that beam coming down? Because obviously they wanted to do a really cool diagonal image and a very strong one. Then I realised by looking on the bride's side that framework was so heavy, and the photographer very cleverly just wanted to take advantage of that really, really bright light on the left and show the difference, which I think is really cool. They really chose that, and they would have had to do a hard and a very fast decision. I also love the stance of the bride and groom. I love the fact that the groom's holding her flowers, so it shows that he's been a little bit of a gentleman on the way to that image. It's very flattering of the bride. She's got the most beautiful profile. And I just think, yeah, the clouds, everything behind is really quite pretty, and just to nudge it a couple more points would be fantastic.
Shah, you're down the other end of the scoring.
Sorry, I scored at 73. I'm wondering about the treatment of this. Perhaps if it was a black and white and cropped a little bit tighter. There's a lot of negative space at the bottom which doesn't add a lot to the image apart from making it feel heavy, but I love the softness and the etherealness of the clouds at the top. So I have it in professional standard at this point. So I'm happy to hear a bit more from what the other judges are saying, but just for me, that heaviness at the bottom and the treatment, it could have been a lot stronger because I love the pose.
Okay, the middle is pretty closely packed again. Comments, Angela? Yep.
Yeah, I gave this a 76, and I can appreciate the almost graphic treatment of this, and I to bring it higher for me, I think if they'd really actually gone all in on that approach and really simplify that, rather than the softness of the clouds actually, and they're quite, the lightness at the top there just draws your eyes away from that middle section, which I think is the strongest part. So cropping that right in, top and bottom, really go for all in on the graphic treatment of this image would have really strengthened it for me. But I'm happy that they have been awarded a bronze.
Okay, Simon, I think it's back to you.
Thank you, judges, for your thoughts. I feel very strongly that it's fantastic. We've got 5 judges that all see the different thing. What I love about this image is to be able to breathe in so much. Both these bride and groom have come from their lives, and they're looking back at what they've had and now what they're going to have together. There's something in the middle of them. They know there's going to be trials. They know there's going to be certain, things that happen during their union, but they're happy, they're stoked. And coming from the South Island, we get these gorgeous, gorgeous clouds, and it looks like an Otago scene that you can still see the detail, and it just kind of just shows a little bit more element of their life that will be coming in, and I love it. Like, I personally think the more I talk, I actually wish I'd gone a bit higher, so apologies to the photographer for that, but the breathability is what I think is the strength too.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Simon, you have to hit enter or put your code, put it in again. Thank you. All right, you solidified the bronze, 77. Okay. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 70, professional standard. And can I have yep, Russell?
Getting it in focus would be very helpful.
Okay. Yeah, Simon, another quick comment.
And at the same time, though, the photographer's done a really neat job of capturing a really cool moment of like, where's Johnny? Where's he going to be? So well done in doing that, though. That's pretty cool, and the graphic nature that you've done. So yeah, just keep on going. Well done.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, we're just going to take a quick break. Simon, you can jump off and go and get some lunch. Katie, can you come in and... Okay, and if we can have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. And, yeah, Justin, a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, well done on your pro standard. I guess just watch where the focal point is. I feel like the focal point needs to be the elderly couple in the front, but it isn't. And it looks like there could be someone standing behind. There's like a bit of fur coming out of the back of the groom's neck. So just watch for that. But yeah, well done. Keep going.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, can I get a comment for the photographer looking along the line? Shah.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Congratulations, Bronze Award. I really enjoyed the capture that you've presented with us here, the movement in the groom's legs. They've obviously well rehearsed this, but they look really comfortable within it. So it's a great capture, great timing, and just keep working along these lines. You've got a good eye for timing and composition, so well done.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Shah. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73, professional standard. And can I ask for a comment? Justin keeps throwing his hand up. He's in the middle of the group. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, well done again. Just for me, I think just color temperature. Watch it's difficult at this time of night with this tungsten light, but we're in control of that with white balance, and we could change that. So and the guy on the very left doesn't need to be there. He could be cropped out. But well done.
Okay, thanks for the comments, Justin. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And, yep, Russell, you'd like to challenge that? Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to have a little chat to this one. It's it's unique, which is great. I've not sort of seen this idea presented to me before, so I squeezed it into a silver for that as a starting point. And then I get in there, and it's really quite touching. It's quite believable. And her pose being masculine, relatively, as if she's got her hands in her pockets as well, as a little bit of a piss take, I think, out of the whole thing. And I really enjoyed that also. So for those two reasons, the humour, the graphic nature of it, the uniqueness of it, the difference of it, I just squeaked it into silver. And the warm colours against the blues is really successful as well. So enjoyed it a lot.
Katie, you're down the other end of the scoring range.
Yeah, so I really wanted to love this and score this higher, but I feel like there's too much of a missed opportunity for me. I was looking for a metaphor in the sky, in the stars, the universe, infinite love. I was looking for a metaphor, but I think it's not coming through for me because of the use of angle and aperture. I just want to see more. I think if the groom was also in focus, if the stars were in focus, it would have given me more story, but I kind of feel a little let down. I love the genuine, authentic expression on the bride, but that's kind of where it then ends for me, unfortunately.
Okay, so sorry, I got a bit distracted there. Angela, you're up there with Russell.
Yeah, I gave this an 81, and for the same reasons as Russell, I really enjoyed this perspective. It's something I hadn't seen. I really enjoy the fact that she's kind of mirroring his pose with the hands in the pockets, and it shows that she's got kind of a modern, take on her wedding dress with pockets in it, which is awesome. Ask any woman about dresses with pockets and you'll find out. I think the connections there, I think we see enough of the shape of his face to see that he's smiling and he's staring at her just as adoringly as well. And the harmony of colour harmony with the blues and the warmer tones really work for me too. So yeah, silver I think is definitely deserved, and I can go up a little bit to help.
Okay, any other comments? No, it looks like it's back to you, Russell.
Thanks for that. Look, I've just noticed also really the tilt of her head into that line, the diagonal line running from corner to corner, has sort of helped us with that. If her head had been vertical, not only would it have not had the same emotional content, but it would have graphically changed for us as well. So I think that's quite a clever inclusion by the photographer, or happenstance that has worked for the image. I also really like the appearance of his wrist in the bottom right-hand corner. Just gives us somewhere else for the eye to go. And I think it's really, let's face it, we see this stuff all the time. I mean, how often do you see things that are a little bit innovative? Stuff all, and it's in camera as well. So, I think is worthy of recognition higher than a bronze. I'd love to see you squeeze it into silver, and I think when it's out there and amongst the collection, it's going to stand out really well.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Good talking. 81, silver award. Okay, nice. Thank you for that. And so, a bit of a lunch break for Justin. Okay, and Johan, can you come in? Rightio, and if we can have next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 72, which is professional standard. And if I can get a comment for the photographer, Shah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well done for providing a fun, humorous image. Sheep are traditionally a little bit nosy, but not very forthcoming, and the fact that you've got a whole lineup there is actually quite surprising and quite humorous. I guess to elevate the image a little bit more, we just need to see a bit more of the groom, and just watch the highlights in the bride's dress. The detail's quite blown out, but definitely the champion of the photograph here is the sheep in the foreground. He's right in there, looking straight down the barrel of the lens. So, yeah, I'd work on him a bit more. Fantastic. Well done.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And next image, please.
Unless there's something I'm missing.
Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Shah wants to intersect and challenge this.
Can you feel the angst of this man in this image? Is he remembering what he used to look like as a young man on his wedding day? Is he remembering how to tie those damn ties? Because most people don't know how to do it. Do his old hands that are probably tired and sore and perhaps a little bit arthritic, are they going to be able to tie the knot that he needs to tie? This image has a rawness to it. And the fact that you can see the toilet and the toilet roll just even adds that extra element. There's a look of concentration on his face, but also a look of angst. It's quite moving, I think. The colour palette is interesting because everything is very, very similar. But there's a coolness with the blue, which harps back to those wedding things of old and new and blue. So I think it's a very, very strong portrait of this man and something that will be very important to the family later on. I scored at 83.
I'll go to Angela first. She was at the lower end of things.
I gave this a 74. I just can't see past the toilet in the background. And I didn't quite get that expression from him. It's not strong enough to move me in that way. But yeah, I'm the background elements, and it could have been so easily dealt with just by moving position slightly to get that out of that frame. You might be able to convince me to give it another couple of points to come up, but yeah.
Johan, a word from the middle ground. Yep.
Yes, I gave this a 78. I'm happy for it to have a bronze because it's a really wonderful image for all the reasons that you said there, Shah. The frustration, the frustration of the place even. It makes us feel frustrated that it's there. But that big burnout on his shoulder and then through his hair sort of takes it technically where I don't want it to be. So I'm rewarding it for being a really good photograph by giving it a bronze. But to go into silver, I need more photographic finesse.
Any other comments? No, it looks like it's back to you, Shah.
I hear what you're saying, Johan. And if that's the only one reason that you feel you can't put it into silver, but you liked all the things that I said, which was more than one, then I think maybe we can squeeze a few more points out of you for this image. Sure that the location isn't perfect, but they've included those elements to show that sense of place. Maybe this isn't his place. Maybe he's stuck in a place that he doesn't want to be. But I feel that the photographer has provided us with quite an emotive piece, and I'm rewarding them for that at 83. So we're not far off, judges. Just a couple more points would be absolutely amazing.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. You've moved it 1 to 79. We know what that means. Stand by.
Don't do this to me, guys,
push the button.
please.
Hold on,
Silver.
hold on. 79 or 80, judges. Thank you. 79 it is. Bronze award. Okay. Good conversation, though. Yeah. All right. Great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. Go, Angela. Yes, you can go.
Yeah, I gave this an 83, just up into the silver. I think this is a really great example of showing that opposites attract, and the white with the black, and the obvious difference in their personalities as well. So the one at the back is obviously quite a cheeky fellow, and more serious partner. And I think it's great. I think I like the connection right down through their legs as well. Yeah, I just really enjoying this image, and I think it deserves to go up into the silvers. A few more points would be awesome.
Johan, you're at the other end of the scoring range.
Yes, there is a definite sense of opposites, and perhaps we get an understanding of the attraction of opposites and the difference between them. But I'm looking for the photographic stuff that led me to believe all these things, and the sky above them's taking me out of the image. The messy background's kind of not actually helping them in any way. I really appreciate the strength of how the guy at the front is resisting what's going on. I think there's definitely a strength in that. I gave it a 72 because I was looking for the thing that the photographer added to make it better than it is. Yeah, because it is a good story, but yeah, I was looking for the photographic part. Thanks.
Russell, you seem to like it.
Yeah, I might have overliked it. I'm starting to feel a little bit more like Johan. I was a bit enamoured of the story and the quirkiness and all that sort of stuff, but there are some distractions in there, and yeah, I'm not quite as resolved about it as I thought I was.
Okay, no problem. Okay, looks like it's back to you, Angela.
All right. Okay, I hear what my colleagues are saying, and let's see what we can do.
All right, let's rescore. Okay, 76, bronze award. Okay, all right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72, which is a professional standard. And can I get a comment for the photographer? Okay, I'm going to pick on Katie.
Yeah, beautiful scene. Good professional practice to capture, I guess, what is part of their personality and their relationship. There's not that many brides and grooms that will jump into the water in their wedding attire. I would just be looking for a slightly different moment because I think it's quite hard to read what's happening, and there's a little bit of blowout happening on overexposure happening on the bride as well.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Katie. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73, which is a professional standard. And can we get a comment for Johan?
Priceless, the expression of that boy with the fishing rod, and priceless that moment where his feet are just in the walk. It's fantastic. I would have loved to have seen another moment there happening between the bride and the groom, something where it had more meaning than I getting my feet wet. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comment there. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is a professional standard. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Okay, I'm just going to... yep, go Angela.
Well done on your professional standard. I think fantastic job of that timing with the fireworks going off there. I think that it's obviously a moment that you as the photographer knew was coming, so perhaps getting the couple to just practice that dip and a couple of times just to get them feeling comfortable, because the bride looks a little nervous and uncomfortable in that embrace there. So yeah, maybe a little bit of preparation before the moment would have helped on that one.
Okay, thank you, Angela, for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Johann's got a big smile on his face. Yep.
What a great moment. And I don't think the groom, not the groom, the guy in the black outfit, I'm assuming he's a bridegroom, bridesboy, yep, understands the complexity of doing hair. Because if that lands, he's going to just mess everything up. But aside from that, you know, it's a well seen, well thought out moment. Maybe that hot spot of that big pillow in the front is just a little too bright.
Okay, thanks for the constructive comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we get a comment for the photographer? Okay, Russell, yeah.
Congratulations on quite an intriguing image. Haven't really sort of seen that before. I'm still not quite sure what the heck's going on in a way, which is great. However, it's slightly distracting with the right hand being a little bit out of focus and that big clump of shadow in the background right next to the central subject matter, a little bit distracting, but otherwise really well seen, and thanks for the offer.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've currently got a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. However, Johann would like to challenge this.
This photograph is fun. It's so much fun. And it reminds me of an ad that used to be, you know, the price of a bottle of champagne, $20. The expressions on their faces, priceless. And it is priceless. It's so much reality in what's going on there, and nobody's thought about the consequences of what's happening, and it's just priceless. Although I did put a price on it, I put a price of 93 on that one.
Okay, Russell, you're at the other end of things.
Yeah, obviously a moment that's created and easily anticipated by the photographer. So yes, Johann, it's got lots of fun, which normally results in that moment anyway, in just about every wedding there is. But the photographers lined them up nicely, and everything's been cropped quite nicely. I find the distractions out of the coming out of the background, out of the tallest person's head, a little bit off-putting for that, and the person on the far left, the red head. But yes, it is fun and all that sort of stuff, but it's predictable, and it's an award level for me, which is a high bronze. To take it to gold, not sure about that one.
Katie?
So I gave it 84. I'm definitely happy to come up a bit. I don't know if I've ever seen this done by the bride and the bridesmaid. This is like, I guess, I don't understand why people do this in the first place, to be honest. I'm way too particular about getting food on myself or drinks on myself to even, I would be in horror. I would be running out of the frame if I was one of these bridesmaids. I wish that there was just a little bit more dynamics, but I do really appreciate the expressions, that we can so clearly engage with all of the expressions of all the members. I feel like the bride is definitely a rebel. She's the one who wanted to do this. The bridesmaids are like, this is awful, especially the one on her right. She's already got it all over her dress. So I think even though, yes, this is orchestrated by the photographer, they can, well, not necessarily, but they can at least anticipate the moment. They've still made a choice of what frame to include. I mean, you'd be pretty crazy not to just be shooting on rapid. They've still had to make this choice, and I think their choice is really great. I definitely don't see distractions in the background. I think they're actually framed really beautifully. You're kept drawn into their faces. I don't know if I feel that it's a gold. I think I need a little bit more to go there, but I'm prepared to come up a couple of points for sure.
Okay, any other, Angela? Yep.
I gave this an 86, so not too far off. I'm not sure I could bring it up to gold, but I definitely can be moved a couple of points, I think. For me, I really appreciate the fact that the whole frame is filled with that spray from the bottle, and it's that realisation that what seemed like a really fun idea, and they're realising the consequences of that very quickly, and it's on all of, in their body language and on their faces of all of the girls, which is what makes it so, yeah, fun and great moment.
Okay, Johan, back to you.
Great. There's a lot of support there, and I think even as much as the body language from their faces, it's the body language from their hands and how they are trying to manoeuvre their hands to protect themselves unsuccessfully because there's quite a lot of spray. And there is a unpredictability about this, that an arm could have gone out of frame, all sorts of things could have happened. It might not have sprayed as much. And you're right, somebody said that this is usually the realm of the boys, so there's even more kudos in this, and I don't know if boys would have done it any differently or would have still made a mess, but the impact of that mess is greater because it's going to show up. I gave it a 93 because it made me laugh, it made me want to sort of applaud the photographer for sharing that with us. What a great moment.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. '88, silver distinction. Okay, great. Thank you. Good conversation, people. And so we're going to do a little bit of a swap around, Russell. We're going to release you to your other duties. And are we doing that now? And Tracy, oh, sorry, Angela, you can take a break. And Angela, sorry, Tracy. Tracy, come in. Okay, next image. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay. So, can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Simon.
Congratulations on your bronze. Fabulous result. I remember when I first walked into this image, I just saw this heart right from the beginning, from the elbows, and it kind of climbed up around, and it just looked very super cool. The heart was the first thing I saw, you know, so that was cool. To improve this image, probably maybe doing a really tight crop, maybe just because her hair with that backlit has really taken away a lot of the beauty of this image. I know you can't control that too much, maybe just smooth it down or just try to maybe remove that backlighting behind her head. But well done, congratulations.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And next image, please. We've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. All right, and can I get a comment, Katie? You looked my way too at the wrong moment.
Congratulations to the photographer. I think this is a very a great image, really well put together, well processed. I think, I don't know, maybe the only thing to really elevate it would be just to reconsider the cropping slightly, because I think there's an ethereal kind of quality that's been created here, and then to see a little bit too much of that background, the background elements, the trees off in the distance, kind of brings it back into a more sharp reality, and that's maybe a little distracting. But I don't want to bring it down too much. I really enjoyed the image. Well done.
Okay, and Justin's just walked into the room, so we're going to do a little swap over. So Shah, you can take a break, lunch, etc. if you haven't had that. Okay. All right, let's have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Swan, you had a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, congratulations. I think we're all pretty in that range. I think we were. Fantastic result for your silver. I really applaud the way the movement, especially on the top image, is just so tack sharp of those two brides. and you've successfully used the movement of the girls rushing back for the flower toss. It's just amazing. In order to strengthen it a little bit, maybe the where you photographed from the back. I know it's a quick moment, but just trying to address that a little bit more to put both images together. They were just so different. Just trying to somehow maybe get some kind of thing like that. It could, and maybe in a triptych of another movement shot, could have like really got it into a distinction. But well done.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Simone. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. And can we get a comment from somebody? Johan, yeah?
What a beautiful framing for such a special moment. And well, it's not even necessarily special, but it's an important part of the arranging and getting ready. And there's a sense of care and love that comes through from the person adjusting the collar. Maybe to improve it, maybe there's some sharpness issues that might be dealt with.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Katie? Yes.
Really beautiful connection between the bride and groom and beautiful posing. I really enjoy that part of the image. I think to elevate this into award standard, it's just a slightly different choice of angle and maybe lens to remove the distraction of the background and just watch where subjects are placed against sky, that's actually leading you into their connection as opposed to outside, because there is quite a large patch of light sky off to the left of the bride's head, which just kind of takes you out of the image.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Katie. And next image, please.
We have an initial score of 76, a bronze award. Very close in those numbers. So can we come to someone for a comment? Tracy?
Okay, it's a really lovely image. I think the bride is, this is her ring bearer. You can see the little bag tied to his collar. Lovely capture, great texture in the grass and stuff. The crop I quite enjoy. So I'm not too sure what else you could do to this to elevate it. Simone? Yep.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a dog, especially a collie. Oh, yeah, or a hunter, I don't know. But I'd just say maybe just to get a little bit stronger, maybe just cropping in a tiny bit off the top and the left, a tiny bit, just a little bit more focus there would have kind of just made it a bit stronger. But well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Well done. Right, who wants to comment? Justin? Awesome, go for it.
Sure. I think there's a market for selling celebrants clipboards because they always choose awful ones, honestly. For this, I mean, well done on your bronze. This is the bride's just kind of embracing the day with that smile on her face and going, oh, can you just stop rain? For the photographer, just possibly, there's a lot of white at the bottom and it's quite distracting. It's quite bright, so possibly a crop in or a change of angle maybe, but well done on your bronze.
Awesome. Lovely feedback, thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Very even scoring there, guys. Is there someone who would like to say something? Johan? Yeah, cool.
You feel their love. You feel it in a lovely way, in a beautiful way. And so, congrats for that. Congrats also for your bronze. There's a very bright highlight over to the right, which easily could have been just cropped out and disappeared and would have brought your focus more and onto the bride and groom. The sun is there, it's a little bit bright, maybe a moment later, like 3 or 4 minutes, when the sun was further down, you would have got something that wasn't so striking and drawing your attention on the horizon there, and maybe some even better colors. So I think an opportunity to pause and wait and take the right photograph at the right time.
It's really great feedback for the photographer. Thank you. Right, next image, please. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Well done. Happy with that. Someone like to say a comment? Yep, Katie.
Well done to the photographer. This is a really entertaining, unique capture. It really shows personality of this bride and groom, even though we can't even see the groom. I would probably just have liked to see a slightly different crop. I think if you really brought in the negative space on the left hand side and just really focused on the frame between the feet, it would have been higher impact, and I probably would have scored it higher as well.
Thank you. Next print, please. Cool, thank you. We have a score of 74, our professional standard. Anyone like to have a comment? Justin?
Sure. Well done on capturing this fun moment. There's a lot of strong highlights in the hands and head, so just watch the exposure and controller highlights, but well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 71, professional standard. Would someone like to make a comment? Simone?
Professional standard, you're doing really good here. Really awesome scene, and you've captured the spirit of the wedding party in a beautiful way. That they'll really love this. To make this stronger, with bridal parties are doing this at every wedding now, and you'll soon figure out really quickly as well to do it with a darker background really helps to show all the bubbles. So if you can find a darker background, it'll also help with, blowing out highlights there too. And just the cropped, you would have had time ready. We really would have loved to see their whole bodies in here and a bit more space just to make it stronger. But yeah, keep going. Well done.
Cool. Thank you very much, Simone. Next print, please. Thank you. We have a score of 80, a silver award. We have a challenge. Challenge from Justin. Go ahead.
Yeah. I gave this 87, silver distinction, and I think it's just an awesome capture of this little guy and his full journey in this day. You know, he starts off playing, he's blowing bubbles. And the middle frame is awesome. He's having a meltdown because he can't get his gelato. And then he gets his gelato, and then he crashes. And it's just, I just think it's well put together. I think there's just enough frames to tell the story really well. It's, you know, I feel like it's just, the storytelling is great, and it's an excellent piece, and I think it deserves more than a silver. I think we can get this into silver distinction. Let's talk about it.
Cool. Thank you. I'm going to come to Simone now at the other end.
Yeah, I got it wrong. I had it at 74, which I felt was a professional standard of following that great little guy and all the rest of it. I can definitely go up, to a high bronze. I suppose what I struggled with was the sizes of the boy each time, that the crops are so different, and the middle image where he's having that meltdown, to be able to crop in tighter on him would have actually maybe helped that a little bit. It was just the sizings, I suppose, I struggled with. Yeah, but I'm definitely coming up. I got that wrong.
Cool. Tracy, I think you, yeah. Tracy, Evan.
Okay, I scored this 82, so I was in the silver range, and I think, I really enjoyed this. I love this is his day, really. You know, he's had a wicked day. You know, he's played games, he's eaten ice cream, he's lost his cool, and then he's just crashed. So I'm actually up there with you, Justin. I'm quite enjoying this. I love the choice of black and white because it's concentrating more on the young fella. They've handled it really nicely, I find. So yeah, definitely coming up to probably, would you say 87? Yeah, that's where I'm going to sit.
Cool. Johan, you got something to add there?
Okay, I gave this an 81. I enjoyed the reference to the life cycle of a child on a day. It's real. What I would have appreciated more to give it a greater score would have been a greater thought to the cropping of the frames. Two in particular, the last two, the hands are cropped awkwardly, and it would have just given it a greater sense of completion to have them included. Would have given a sense of roundness, given that the first image is a whole child, and then the last image is kind of cut off and things. And it wouldn't have taken much to be just a little bit further back, perhaps, etc., to get something a bit stronger. I will come up, but I'm not sure if I'm coming to a distinction.
Cool. And back to you, Justin.
All right, let's see if I can help you with this. And you know, my kids are around this age, so maybe I'm relating to this a lot more. But you know, these are tough situations. And here's the thing with the crops, right? Kids are messy. That's okay. That's perfect that the crops are like that. There's nothing wrong with it. For me, that's not a problem at all. This has just been brilliantly seen that this kid's been everywhere. And like Tracy said, this is like his day. He's been captured. The storytelling is wonderful. I really think this is worthy of a silver distinction. I think we're a bit stingy on silver. I think we can give it a few more points. Tracy, you're up there with me. Let's do this.
Judges, please rescore. So we have a score of 84 silver. So every point counts. So you've pushed it up there a bit. So well done. Next print, please. Cool. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Cool. We have a comment from somebody who would like to. Justin, you came. Cool.
Sure. Well done on your bronze. This is a beautiful, neat, balanced crop. I guess for me, when I go in there, it just looks like the focus is a lot more on the couch a little bit than the people. So just watch your focus. But yeah, well done.
Next print, please. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Very good. Cool. Can I grab a comment? Johan? Yep.
What a wonderful example in originality and control. To take this to a higher level, I would have wanted a kinder representation of the bride's face, because at the moment it's so contorted and so weird that it doesn't even resemble a face. So I think if the subject had been a little bit closer, there would be more information coming through. Yeah, but good effort.
Thank you. Cool. Next print, please. We have a score of 70, professional standard. Would someone like to comment? Katie, thank you.
When I shot weddings, which I don't anymore, one of my favourite parts of the day was being on the dance floor and getting in people's faces and taking really fun photos of this kind of action. So I really appreciate the energy of this part of the night and, you know, the different things that are going on in the image. So, but I would just encourage the photographer to start playing with flash, playing with light, and just trying to capture a bit more mood and ambience of what's going on to go with the mood of the, you know, the guests having a good time.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 72, professional standard. Can I get a comment, Johan? Yeah.
Congratulations on the professional standard. Because it's such an architectural image, it really needs straight vertical lines. So attention to the perspective within the building. The information on the left-hand side is irrelevant. It doesn't tell us any more of the story except that they're in a room. If it's cropped to the two main panels and maybe one of the elevators, then it becomes strong, simple, and very powerful to match the environment outside. Yeah.
Thank you. Next print, please. That's all done. That's already done. No, it's already done.
Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Justin would like to challenge this.
I feel like every image with kids, you guys are going to think, okay, hi. The shoe game has been done 6,000 times. We see it all the time, we do it all the time. But how many times have you done it when there's a kid in there doing it as well? Never. I've never seen it. And I'm awarding this photographer that. They focus purely on the kid. It's so clever. Also, most people will get annoyed with the shoe being cut off, the little kid's left shoe at the bottom. But they've purposely just left a little bit in just so you can see that. And you can see that detail on the shoe. This is fun. This is awesome. Guys, come on. We're not far. We're right there. Let's get this into silver. Oh, sorry, 82. I'm on silver, and I think it deserves that. We're not far from it at all. Let's talk about it. Let's get it up.
Johan, you're not that far away. You are low though.
Okay, so I gave it a 76 for the reason that you said that we shouldn't penalise it. I penalised it for not showing the bottom foot. I understand that the photographer has carefully included the highest shoe in the air, which is great, and if that had been cropped out, it would have been even worse. However, because our focus is on that kid, half a step back would have included what I'd be looking for, the whole story. And I'm happy to come up a bit because I think the handling of everything else within the image is outstanding. The use of focus, those people watching on in the background, their attitudes, each of them is an individual expressing themselves in their own way. I mean, if you come in from the right, you can see all those different arms happening. So I might go up a bit to silver.
Swan, a word from the middle.
Yes, I was at 76, which I thought was a good bronze for this image. Yeah, I was a little bit stuck on the technicals in the background, to be honest, because everything's just so blown. And I would have loved to have gone a little bit more to the left if I was the photographer, so the little child was just dead centre of me. And obviously, I'm actually really keen on technicalities, unfortunately, and I really did want to see the whole child as well with the bare other shoe. But I'm happy to definitely come up a couple of points, but I couldn't quite match into a silver, sorry.
Okay, Justin, back to you.
Thanks. I think we could do this, guys. And, you know, it makes me think of the movie Shawshank Redemption. If you've watched it, when Andy Dufresne leaves and he swaps with the warden's shoes and nobody looks at the shoes. And if somebody had seen the shoes, he probably wouldn't have broken out of prison. So let's break this out of bronze and get this into silver.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Good enthusiasm, 81, silver award. Okay, thank you for that. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that result. Okay, so can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is a professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Tracy's leaning forward. Yep.
It's a really lovely, gentle moment that's been captured, so congratulations on your professional standard. What probably held me back was the shadows on her shoulder and the hotness of her neck and ear, but also she's missing some fingertips, and you're sort of concentrating on that area. So just having those fingers included, I think, might have just been a bit better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to do a little swap. See, Johan, you can take a break. Mark can come in for a bit, and Shah, if you can, or Katie, if you can take a break, and Shah, if you can come in. Right. Oh. Okay, next image, please. We got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Mark, yep, throwing your hand up. Challenge.
Yeah, I knew that I was giving this a sneaky silver. This isn't something that we haven't seen before. We've seen it 100 times. I did reward the photographer, though, on a few different elements that they've just done this really well. One, the colour tone is beautiful. It matches throughout the entire range. Two, they're centred on the right-hand side. The fairy lights are just leading into them perfectly. They've got enough separation between them and the fairy lights. The 1, 2, 6 dots on the top. That flash just comes straight underneath the chin. They've got enough separation of the lips. You can see all the pixels highlighted throughout the entire back of the body. And then the lens flare on the right-hand side is curving them in again, so it keeps you going around in circles. I'm not asking for gold. It's not like it hasn't been done before so many times, but I just think they've done this really well. That was the reason why I rewarded it, and the expression and timing, and you can feel the kiss if you were there.
Okay, I'll go to the lower end of things first. Shah?
So I scored this 73 in the professional standard. Thank you, Mark, for pointing out some very valid points that I perhaps had not given enough weight to in this image. I think for me that bright highlight right in the middle is what kind of threw me off to begin with. Had that been a little bit more controlled, you would have seen a little bit more detail in the bride's face. I feel that it's really cut into her neck and into her chin, which sort of detracts from that lovely shape that you get when the two heads are closer together. So yeah, I'm sitting on 73.
Tracy, you had something to add?
I scored the 76 bronze because I found that I kept being drawn out to those highlights at the top. I agree, I love the flare, I love the lens flash behind the colour tones are fantastic. I do want a bit of separation between them, like the noses are melding together, so that's where I'm getting caught on. So if you can help me out a little bit, maybe even a slightly cropped in, take that left-hand side off a little bit, that would be great. Thank you.
Something new, Justin? Yep.
Okay, may I ask what it scored? What's the
Sorry,
score? What are we sitting on?
The score's currently 76.
Okay, so we've got too far to go. Mark, I'm going to support you, mate. You know, for me as well, it was that light at the cool. That light at the bottom. But the more I look with it and I sit with it, that connection between the couple is absolutely beautiful. It really is. And, you know, the lights and the fairy lights as well. The fact that if you look in close enough, you could actually just see enough on their faces for it to, you know, to give us that feeling of connection. And like the thing I think that you said at the end is you felt the kiss. I think, did you say that? Yeah, and I think that, yeah, that which is really awesome. And I'm getting that too, and, you know, I'm prepared to look past that light because in these situations it is difficult some of the time, you know, with the flash. So congratulations, and I'm going to come up, mate.
Okay, Mark, back to you.
Yay. Yeah, look, there's nothing else to add. In terms of the brightness of the light, squint your eyes a little bit and it still looks good. Like, I find that the fairy lights just follow you through. You hit the light and then you look away because it's too bright to the left-hand side, and then the fairy lights take you up, and then the lens flare pulls you back around, and then you look at the light, and then you just keep on going round in circles. So just going into silver, rewarding the photographer for doing something that we've seen a gazillion times, but they've done it really well. This printed would look amazing.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, that's an 80 silver award. Okay. Well done. Okay, thank you for that. And what's going on there? System's about to have a meltdown. No, it's all good. Okay, let's have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Shah, yep, you'd like to challenge that?
I would, thank you very much.
Okay.
Again, perhaps this is a positioning thing that Mark might pick up on. And I just feel there's so much emotion in this image. It's very unusual for a bride to want to mess her makeup up and leave it all over the groom's jacket. She's right in the nape of his neck, and the tension in her hand at the top there. You can feel there's even though this is a happy moment, there's a lot of, it feels like there's a lot of angst as well, or relief perhaps, that they've made it. Perhaps they had some challenges getting to this point. But the way that it's been photographed and presented to us, that emotional connection in terms of a wedding image on a wedding day like this has been really well handled and beautifully captured. I've scored it 83.
Simone, you're at the bottom end of things.
I scored this at a professional standard, which was 70, and a nice, good professional standard. I really do enjoy the arm, her front arm completely enveloping her husband. I like that because it is showing that emotion. What I have struggled, and I also like the framing of what the photographer has done, but what I do struggle with is I really would have loved to see the photographer move more around behind the groom a tiny bit, because I'm just seeing so much of unflattering armpit of the bride, and I suppose that's what really kept me to not going higher.
Tracy, it's on Dad. Yep.
Yeah, I scored the 75 bronze, and I was quite torn about it, so I'm actually going to come up, Shah, because at first I was bothered by how tight the crop was, but then look at how they're holding each other. They are tight. His hands are linked. He's pulling her into this, and there's just so much in those hands, and her hands they're just there, and they're pulling each other together. And like Shah said, there's probably something that it's not a happy, I don't feel it's a happy hug. I feel like it's a gut-wrenching, I need to hold you tight hug. So yeah, I'm definitely coming up into the silvers.
Comment, Mark?
It's blurry. It's not sharp. It's out of focus. That's what gets me. Or pixelated, because it's not a print. It's a digital. And from a professional standard, that's kind of a necessity. Now, I understand if there's like a movement blur and stuff like that, it's different, but it's a capture. So if the photographer's listening to this, love the moment, but from a professional standard, it needs to be sharp.
Justin, just quickly. Yep.
You're right, Mark. It's obviously been cropped in a lot to get it tighter. And there's times when I'm willing to forgive those things as well. For me, I felt like you could look at it and say, okay, you're frustrated because you can't see anyone's face. But I think if you see one person's face, not the other, it's going to be annoying. It's a really warm embrace. And I think Tracy was right. It's not a happy hug. There's something going on there. Initially, I was frustrated that I didn't know what that was, and I wanted to see more. But, sometimes we don't need to know. Sometimes it's all right.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
I think that's the beauty and the secret sauce behind images that make us feel and think things. Sometimes it's not the obvious message that makes an image strong, it's the way that the image makes us feel and how it evokes that thought process. And I think that this image does evoke that thought process, and I'm really glad, Tracy, that you've picked up on that, because to me that's where the strength of the image is. Perhaps I could forgive the sharpness in this. It's in this instance, I didn't pick it up straight away, so it didn't reflect in my score. But thank you, Mark, for bringing that up, and definitely something for the photographer to consider. But yeah, there's something seriously going on here. There's no, in all my years of photographing weddings, I've never seen a bride really lean into her groom like that, knowing full well how much she would have paid for that makeup.
Right, let's rescore.
83, a few more points, guys. This could be the
judges.
difference for this photographer. So.
Shah, you need to put your number in. Okay, you've done it. 80, silver award. Okay, thanks for the conversation and the robust conversation. All right, so let's have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is professional standard. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please? Okay, I'm just going to pick on Justin.
Yeah, no worries. Well done. Looks like a scene straight out of Yellowstone. Really cool. But, there's a bit of movement picked up and lack of focus on the groom and the hair all over the bride's face. And also her expression just doesn't seem like looks like she's a bit more annoyed at him than anything else. So maybe that's all right. I don't know. But yeah, but maybe just a few more frames and capture more of the scenes.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Justin. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can we get a comment? Yeah, Simon?
Sorry. Congratulations on your bronze award. Well done. I think we all really enjoyed the humour here. It was fantastic having a bridesmaid who is completely accident prone and stuffs up everything just before your wedding and is still fully into wanting to stuff up with his one good foot. Ready to have another accident. We've forgiven the very, very bright highlights because it is too blown in the background, but we've kind of forgiven that just because of the fun aspect. But that would be a really good thing to address in the future, to really try to control your lighting situations and maybe just a little bit more cropping, being a little bit more careful with your positioning, I should say. Well done. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Simon. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Shah would like to
No.
challenge this.
Who didn't feel the coldness when they first looked at this image? That bride's got bare legs, but fur-lined boots, and a bare chest. That dress, Mark said she Mark said she is quite fine, and I would tend to agree. That dress is a behemoth. You can see that it's taking 2 people to carry it. That snow is probably like at least a couple of feet deep. The fact that they've been out in this environment is courageous. And for the photographer to manage these lighting conditions, not only with the cold, but also with the size of the dress and in the environment that they're in. The timing is great. You've got some cars heading up in the background, which gives it a little bit of sense of danger, a little bit of sense of urgency. And they're totally in the moment. I think it's a really original capture, really great. I scored it 83.
Mark, I think you know you're at the bottom.
I've scored this a 75 bronze award. In terms of the visual impact, it's fantastic. The leading lines, the story, the mountains, I get that. But the technicality of it's just not sharp. It's just not clean. It's gritty, but not gritty for gritty's sake. It's just really dark and not sharp and pixelated. And this is one of the things we have to deal with the digital print awards, is that you need to present a sharp digital image. Now could be a mix of things, whether it's an uploading thing or you've got the wrong file or it's just created to be gritty and dirty, but pixelated is not a creation. Pixelated is pixelated, especially the car at the back. It's not even like it's blurred, it's pixelated. And then also to the skin tones on the couple is just really dark. I feel the photographer could have controlled this in a black and white environment and got all the textures of the mountains, the sky, the snow, the bitumen. Like, it's a really big kind of balancing act when you do a black and white and you've got snow and bitumen and a black suit and a white dress and highlights in the sky. You've got to have some pretty technical skills into that. And that's where I struggled to get it into the silver range, is purely from the technical side, not the story side.
Justin?
Yeah, I've scored the 78 high bronze, and I'm happy there. I think, I've awarded it for all those reasons, Shah. But, Mark, I think I agree with you 100%. I think I just want to see more light on the couple. I find that there's more focus in the snow on the sides than on the couple, and I don't know why we need to have the car in there. I don't know what the car's adding to the scene. I think for me, if there was no car and it was just the couple, I might have been able to go up a bit higher into the low silvers.
Okay, any other comments? Looks like it's Simone, quickly.
Yeah, just very briefly, I agree with you boys, especially when you're talking about the muddiness and the skin tone that needed to be lifted a little bit selectively on them. But I just want to add a little bit, and that's the filmy type look that the photographer has brought to that. And I do like that filmy look. So I'm at a 76. I'll probably just stay there, to be honest. But I just wanted to add that to help you out, Shah, if you're going to convince anyone else.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Thank you, Simone. You've just said another completely good reason to why we should put this into silver. It has a cinematic effect. It has that old film quality, and perhaps, Mark, that might address the muddiness of the tones here. We don't know if it's shot on film or not. He's screwing up his nose, but I'm not going to look at that. Perhaps this is a limited editing category. Perhaps the photographer felt that they couldn't do more to the image than what they actually did. The cars coming in the background, I think that they've just arrived. I think there's no planning with that. I don't think it's a wedding car or whatever they're Justin. I think that it's just come round the bend and it's on its way. So it does give a sense of working you through the image from those strong parallel lines that Mark alluded to. So I feel that, no, there is enough there just to put it into silver. It's a very challenging environment to be in. There are some elements in there that have just conspired here to give us something a little bit interesting, a little bit different. So yeah, let's go. It's 83.
Alrighty, let's rescore. Okay, you lifted it 1 to 79, so we all know what that means. Okay, let me just push the button. Hey. All right. Okay, so 79 or 80, judges. You've done it. 80, silver award. All right. Now, we're just going to do a little swap of the judges. Tracy, you can take a break. Angela, you can jump in, please. Okay, good to go. All right, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Very tight scoring across the judges. So, yeah, Justin, a comment for this photographer?
Yeah, well done on your bronze award. These images are always difficult to get, and I applaud you for going out there and doing it in these conditions. Well done. I just would love to see more detail and expression on the bride and groom's faces. Maybe just waiting for them to get a bit closer, or even getting in a little bit closer. We don't need so much of that scene around them, but well done.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Justin. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Justin, you'd like to challenge?
Yeah, I'll challenge this. The minute I saw this, I thought, like, this is their farm. This is their home, and they're just so proud to be there in this environment. They've got their names on there, which looks like it's written over other people's names. And, you know, initially I was a little bit annoyed by, like, okay, I really feel like they they could be holding hands or more connection. But I thought, you know what, if they're farmers and that's the kind of people they are, they're just there for each other. They're still giving and leading and giving a nice little kiss. And, you know, I think it's been beautifully cropped and composed. Lovely image. You know, I'm not asking for a silver distinction. I'm just asking as a creep into silver. I really think it's well handled.
Simone, you're down the other end, as everybody's got a fruit tube in their hand, in their mouth, sorry.
No, all good. I gave it a 73, which I felt was a professional, you know, a really good professional standard. But I think what you said has already helped me with my struggle. I struggled at the fact that they were just kind of doing their thing, not connecting, apart from the photographer said, hey, could you kiss each other, but they didn't move their bodies in, as in their hands, more connection. But as we all know, you know, Kiwis are quite hard to have that connection at times. So I'm happy to come up to a bronze. I couldn't get myself into silver.
A word from the middle crew. Yep, okay, go Angela.
I gave this a 76, so right on what they've achieved, and I'm happy with it on a bronze, I think. I really like how they've handled this, except for I think that it could benefit greatly from cropping in to remove those bright windows in the background, which kind of just draw your eyes away from what's actually happening in the centre. So, you know, cropping to either side of those machines on the side there so that you still get a bit of context to where they are would have really helped with this one. But yeah, happy that it's on a bronze, and it's great.
Okay, back over to you, Justin.
Yeah, sure. If we crop the image, I think we'd lose a little bit more of the story of where they are and what it is, and we wouldn't have that balance with the red things hanging there, whatever those are. Sharing, yeah. You know, I guess for me, the connection between them and the location is what I thought, you know, was really well thought, really well seen and thought about. And I love that they had their names and their dates there, and it looks like it was written over some other text that just kind of became irrelevant. That was there before, that was important once before, but isn't anymore, because this is about them now and their environment and their location and what they do. And, you know, I take on board everything that's said, but I still think we can maybe squeeze in some more points here.
Okay, let's rescore. Couple more, 78, bronze award. Okay, just hold on a sec. Mark, we're going to release you, and Johan, you can come on in. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Johan has thrown his hand up for a challenge. All that sugar.
Great. Yes, I gave this a silver with distinction. There is such an honesty with this man. I gave it an 87. There's such an honesty with this man. There is such a true feeling of relationship between these two people. And it is quite cleverly framed. We have, around the bride, we have a white frame, and around the groom, we have introduced into a dark frame. We have the reason for me not going into gold, which is it's a little bright on one side. But I start over there and I drift across the softness of the bride's veil with detail, and I end up deep in those eyes, held by that hand, and feeling that man's feeling. He is in love with his daughter or his wife. I'm not going to assume. But that strength is palpable. I gave it an 87. I'd like it to be recognised for the photographer's ability to share that with us in such an honest way. So simple.
I'll go to Justin at the low end first, and then I'll come to you, Simon.
Oh, it's rare that I'm at the bottom. It's foreign to me. I think that's Dad. I think this is a first look. I might be wrong. And you know, I wanted to go higher, and I still might, so I'm happy to talk about it. For me, I was just really frustrated by that door. I just felt like it didn't need to be there. We could have come in, and I know these are difficult situations. You know, if it was a first look with Dad, setting it up and shooting it is hard, and it's about the expression. So I'm willing to forgive that. So I'm happy to talk about this. I'm not far. I'm on 77. I don't know if I can come up to distinction, but I might be able to sneak in a silver and award it for just the pure emotive response that we're getting from this print, from this image.
Simon?
I scored this at 80 silver, which was really dumb because, Johan's nodding, because I remember when this first ran through, I remember thinking, I so want to be on that chair when to really look at this image. I'm definitely coming up to an 85 and supporting Johan. When I looked at his eyes, I couldn't understand if he was looking at the photographer or his girl. And I'm pretty certain we will probably never know. It was obviously very emotional to see either his daughter or his wife for the first time. I think it is a first look. I'm not worried about the door at all because this is emotion. Imagine if it's his daughter, which I think it may be. That will be the most cherished image that she will ever get. I can't believe I'm going to cry. But that will be unreal for her to see his... to see that look. That's just pure love. So, 85.
Okay, anything else to add? I think it's back to you, Johan.
I might have mentioned the hand, but I really want to mention it now because the more I see the hand, the more I see him trying not to do what he's doing. And he's doing it. And the photographer got it. I gave it an 87. You know what to do.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $85, silver distinction. Okay, good talking, judges. Thank you for that. Okay, you good? Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and Shah has thrown her hand up as a challenge.
This is really fun. There's a really interesting dynamic going on here, a cultural dynamic. We've got the glasses, which harps to perhaps our dear friends in America. We've got the kanji in the background, which is part of their culture. But if you look to the far right, there's signs on the wall that have reference to Italian piazzas. We have this wonderful dude on the left who looks like he's about to belt out Gangnam Style at any point. I really hope that he did. But it's fun. It's a big group of people. It's been well handled in terms of its focus. To get expressions from all people has been well done. So yeah, I scored at 83 for its cultural collisions, and it's fun.
Angela, let's hear from the lower end of the scoring.
I gave this a 74, high professional practice. I just didn't quite get the buy-in from everyone in the group. Everyone's expressions, some are, fully in it, as you can see from the guy on the left, and then there's others that are not quite there in terms of their expression and buying into this fun moment. And just there's a lot of distraction around the space that just takes you away, the reflective off the side on the TV and things like that. I think that could have been handled better. So I might be convinced to come up to the bronze range.
Justin, I'm going to pick on you as a representative of the middle scores.
Yeah, sure. I awarded the 76 bronze, and I'm kind of happy there. For me to go into silver, I feel like I wanted to see a bit more of that sort of level of imagination and creativity. Sure, I get the mix of all the cultures and the kanji and the American thing with the glasses. I didn't actually notice if I'm honest, the Italian writing in the top right corner initially. So thanks for that. I'm happy to probably raise my score up to a high bronze. I don't know if I can come into silver yet. I'm going to have to hear a bit more.
Okay. Sharp. Yep, back to you.
Just to help you out a wee bit, Angela, traditionally in Asian culture, they are very reserved. They don't like to stand out. They tend to do what everybody else is doing. And the fact that we have actually got some emotion here is actually really, really good. Because more often than not, they stand there quite deadpan, and you don't get that connection and that warmth. But here, they're a collective group of people, and we have got some emotion here. We have got them doing their best within the constraints of how they've been brought up and what they've been exposed to. But they're trying to take in Western ways of doing things. They may not be there in the sense that we would do it, like we'd be all over this. But for them, this could be like really stepping outside their comfort zone. So I think the photographer has done really well to bring us a group of this many people and create a little bit of humour and a little bit of fun. So yeah, 83. We don't need many points, but this could be all the difference that the photographer needs.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. $77, bronze award. Plenty of feedback for the photographer anyway. Okay, thank you very much. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73, professional standard. And can we get a comment for this? Yeah, Johan?
Obviously, something really funny's happened here, and the expression caught is a great expression. It could have been caught from a little bit further around to include the person in the back who's got standing there open-mouthed. So obviously it's a goodie, but I think the photographer has just tweaked out the moment, unfortunately.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And if we can have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And can we get a comment for the photographer? Okay, you're right, you're as close to the mic.
Okay. Kudos on the photographer for framing the spray element against the dark background. It makes it very visible. We understand completely what's going on. I think compositionally it could be stronger if there wasn't so much headroom, and maybe if we'd taken off a little bit of the right-hand side of the image. And then we'd be really focusing on the feeling of being sprayed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johan. All right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and yep, you can certainly challenge it there, Angela.
Yeah, I gave this an 80, and I may be wrong, but I see this as actually the same man with his 3 daughters that has been photographed at 3 different weddings, and if that's the case, what an honour that this photographer has been able to capture that for this family, and to capture that first dance with all of his girls, which is it's quite special, I think, and yeah, I enjoy the unique way that he's framed that, or they have framed that, to show that. So yeah, I'd love to talk about it and see if we can get a few more points.
Johan, you're at the lower end of things.
Okay, I gave this a 72. There are lots of things that could have been done a bit better, and it was just that bit better that it needed on perhaps at least some of those things. One is the composition of the layout of the dots within the frame. They are closer to the edge of the frame than they are to each other, so they've stopped relating to each other. So that was my first grievance. The lighting on the bottom one, the man has become quite dark and is quite shaded in there, and it takes away from the balance that's been, the lighting balance of the other images. I love the fact that in each case he's on the right hand side, and there's a difference between them in the interaction, but it's not strong enough, I don't think, in its message. I really do appreciate, though, that you've explained that it's potentially 3 different weddings, and I think that's awesome. And so I will tweak up, absolutely. Possibly not substantially, but I will tweak up.
Justin, you liked it?
Yeah, I was on 81 silver.
Excellent.
Thanks, Johan. And yeah, totally, Angela. Totally seeing what you're saying. For me, I wasn't sure if the middle one was actually Dad, but I totally get it now. And it's 3 sisters, and actually for me that makes it even better. I feel like I should have scored it higher. I think it's also really, the creativity with the way that the circles have been done and how they've been laid out is really interesting too. And I think we should maybe even talk about that and consider that. I mean, if I was Dad, and these are my 3 daughters, I'm finding it hard to not swear now, but this is damn good. This is awesome. You'd put this on your wall and you'd be so proud of it. This is awesome.
Okay, anything else to add? Okay, back to you, Angela.
Great, I'm glad there's some support here, and just a little thing with the bottom image when he seems quite dark, and I actually think that, to me, that just looks that the top image is when he's younger and he's slightly older, and the bottom image is his face is more weathered and aged and darker, skin and tanned. And more weathered, as I said, which kind of explains that skin tone change throughout those 3 images. But yeah, I definitely think it merits a few more points. Would be awesome to see it up into silver. Would be awesome.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. You've done it. 80, silver award. Okay, thank you very much. And can we have the next print, please? Image. Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is a professional standard. And can we have a... Yep, Simone, a comment for this photographer?
Yeah, good pro standard there. I really enjoyed the beautiful, the colour tones and those gorgeous bubbles, and the whole image was split in half, which was actually really fun to see. I'm wondering if next time you've found this amazing light and what you could do, I'd say next time just keep practicing on maybe a stronger subject image to really bring that the ideas that you're looking at. You've got some pretty cool creativity thoughts going on, and just keep exploring that. Yeah, well done.
Okay, thanks, Simone. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and Johan has priority. Is this a higher score? Yep.
Just. I gave this an 82, and I shouldn't have if I adhere to my reasoning about needing technical perfection and things like that. But what I'm looking at is something that's highly energized, and I'm looking at a fraction in time that is frozen, that is frozen even slower because there's a man in a wheelchair and he's sitting there and he is moving very slowly, and you feel the slowness of what he's doing. He's almost not there because he's got sunglasses on, it's nighttime, so he's almost not there, but he's so there. And this photograph is about the contrast between them and him, but his involvement with it at the same time. He's lifting his light stick, so he's involved and engaged, but that's possibly the limit of it. And that is so cool because he looks like the leader of the gang.
Okay, Shah, you're at the other end of the scale.
Thank you, Johan. I guess for me the confusion of the image was what kept me out of the scoring, the award scoring range. The bride's eyes are closed. There are hands over people's faces. I just felt that I couldn't find somewhere to rest. I did see and appreciate the gentleman in the wheelchair and the fact that he's included and is doing his best to fit in given his circumstances. But I don't see that strength and that connection that you're alluding to, Johan. That is a very cramped environment that they've been in, and perhaps the photographer could have had more control over where they actually were in this environment, and perhaps if it had more space it would have been more appealing to me to put it into an award range.
Simone, you're up there with Johan.
Yes, I've scored this as a silver at 80. I can forgive, I'm just going to support Johan a little bit here, Shah. Like you said, there wasn't much space, but the photographer probably couldn't have gone to the left or the right because of, people there, but including the inclusion of, obviously the father of one of them is going to be one of the most precious things that they'll keep for their for the rest of their lives, and the funky modern crop, Dutch crop kind of thing. So, that's gone from old fashioned to now back in. It's part of the party scene, so you can forgive the crop there. It's all part of the night. It's nothing sometimes is completely real, but the spirit's there, the spirit of it.
Okay, anything else there? No, looks like it's back to you, Johan.
Okay. There is a deeper story here, another layer that we haven't addressed yet. So you talked about the chaos, the busyness and everything else, but there's a respect in there. There's a respect in that this man has been given space. He's been given room to be there. Now, I'm just going to make an assumption. He's wearing dark glasses. It's really dark anyway, so I'm assuming he is sight impaired. Okay, so he's not seeing necessarily what's going on, but he is feeling it. And what makes it harder is the fact that almost everybody else is seeing it and they're photographing it, and he's not possibly going to see those photographs. But his experience of that is what he feels. And that energy, that vibe, and he knows where he is, he knows what's going on, and he's participating in his capable way. And around him are all these reminders to us, the audience, that this will be seen by other people. This is being seen, particularly because they're using their phones. And it's a real moment, and it's a story not about them having fun, about his existence in that environment. And gosh, that's powerful. And I only gave it an 82.
Okay, let's rescore. Ooh, 79. So, hold on a sec, let me just push the button and we're going to go into a review situation. So it's going to be 79 or 80 once it lets you do it. 80 it is. Silver award. Okay, thank you for that. Nice emotive arguments there from Johan. All right, so we're going to do a judge swap just for the final run home. Okay, so Simon can take a break, Tracy can come in, and Justin, you're clear, and Katie, come in please. Where's Tracy gone? She's talking. Okay, let's move on. Only a few images to go, team. All right, so next image, please. Okay, we're at a score of 74, which is a professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Okay, Shah, yep.
There's strong professional standard here, so thank you for submitting this image. There's a few things that could help elevate it, even though that it is a late afternoon image. It needs to be more reflected in the sky. I think the skin tones have been made to look hot and a little bit artificial. Again, just with the arms of the bride, the straightness of it, just put a little bend in that elbow just to create that little diamond shape, just to give that bride some beautiful shape in her body. So just a little bit about posing and just watch your, keep an eye on your connection too. They're both looking out of the frame. Perhaps if one of them was looking at each other, it would have a stronger emotional impact.
Okay, thank you, Shah, for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 68, professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Is that it, Johan? Doesn't matter.
Yes, there's so much potential here in this wonderful scene, this fantastic vista that we have, and I feel that there's lots that could be done to make this better. The cropping of the dress through the bottom of the frame takes us out of the image and becomes disappointing. The hair across the face doesn't feel like it's intentional. It actually feels like it's a flaw to the image. The sense that the bride feels like she's going to fall over and the tension in her arms makes you want to wait another moment till she feels comfortable. The background is quite hazy and indistinct, but it's so beautiful. It could be more. So I feel that the photographer, perhaps should look at this scene again sometime and think, how can I make this wonderful?
Okay, thank you, Johan, for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And very tight scoring across the judges. Can I have a comment, please? Katie, I'm just going to pick on somebody. Yep.
Yeah, well done to the photographer. It's a really great composition, and there's obviously a story here, which, I really want to commend them on seeing. There's humour. I definitely laughed when I first looked at it. I think just to bring it up a little bit more, there just has to be like something else, like an X factor, some extra little element just to really tell us exactly what the story is, or to provide some kind of connection maybe between the three subjects.
Okay, thank you, Katie. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And yep, Shah's put a hand up for a comment for the.
Congratulations on your bronze. Well done, and a really wonderful capture of the emotion, not only of the bride, but of the guests and behind. The father of the bride has his arm outstretched, so I'm assuming that he's shaking the hand of his new son-in-law to be. So perhaps a horizontal crop would have worked better here, so it takes into account the person in behind, the bride in the foreground, in the front of the image, and the groom to be. I think it would have just given it that little bit of extra story and extra dimension to explain why she's feeling the way she is. So well done.
Okay, thank you, Shah, for the comment. And can we please have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And a comment, yeah, Johan?
What a great location with wonderful, beautiful lines that lead off. The text in it for the title is quite distracting, and you look up there and you go, Paikokariki, I wonder where that is, crikey. And then you get distracted from this beautiful moment, which is the thing between these two. And had that been cropped out, it would have been super strong. All these lines leading to them. And then even more so, I wonder, I'm curious personally about what happened to the reflection, because that could have been just splendid. Yeah, congratulations on the bronze, but there's some stuff you could do.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Brilliant. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Katie, yep, we're going to talk about it anyway, so you better challenge it.
Good stuff. Okay, well, this is a very well shot image. I love that we can see exactly what the context is. You know, we can see the guest standing behind. This little boy is just like, he's got a look of just F this. Like, he's just over it. He doesn't like his little suit. He's done with the blocks. He's like, what's next? And in a way, it kind of reminds me of sometimes what grooms are like. at a certain point of the wedding day, like, how much longer is this photo shoot going for? Like, when can I get my next beer? It's just a funny little take, a little vignette about, boys and men, and I think it's just been presented in a really great way. It's really humorous. I love it. I think it's worthy of a silver. I've scored it 83. Come on up, bravely.
I'll go to Shah first because she was at the lower end of things.
It's unusual for me to be at the lower end of things. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Katie, and I like your analogy of this could be a glimpse into this little boy's future as a groom. If there's any potential flower girls there, they might want to take note before they commit to this. But yeah, it has been well captured. He is over it. You can tell his pants are just about ready to disappear around his ankles. So perhaps now that I've heard a bit more of your story, I think I'll come up a few points for you.
Tracy, you wanted to say something?
I kind of thought, I've scored the 78 bronze. I thought the same as Katie. Like, this kid is over it. Like, I felt he was a bit of a rebel without a cause. These teenage boys walk around with their pants hanging around their backside, and he's knocked those blocks over, and he's daring you, going, what are you going to do about it? I did think it probably needed a crop to get rid of the white shirt on the... I'm just distracted by the white shirt at the back, and maybe even black and white might actually just pull this up a little bit more. But I'm listening, and I'm quite keen to maybe go up to silver. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Back to you, Katie. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I kind of think if you had the extra little tweaks in there that you've just mentioned, Tracy, I feel like then it would have been even higher for me. I've scored it kind of, taking those things into account. Just the more I look at it, the funnier it gets. And I kind of like that it's in colour too, because like the blue suit is just such a classic, it's a classic groom, it's a classic groomsman, like colour for weddings. Maybe it's like had its day by now, I don't know, but like blue was just everywhere, so it's funny that he's in blue. And I kind of also think the more I look at it, the stance, when you're like posing the groomsmen and they're just standing in the most awkward way, and you're like, guys, can you not stand like that? And he kind of reminds me of that too. So I just think, when weddings, and you kind of, you can easily pull these beautiful little stories out of images, and this one just does it for me. So yeah, come up, guys.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, nice one. 81, silver award. Okay, so that is us. That is your wedding category for 2025. I'd like to thank the judges for their thoughtful and emotive at times comments and all their hard work. Thanking the guys that are out the back doing the print handling, and would just remind the judges to stay in the room at the moment for the finals judging. Okay. For the audience that might be floating around, the next category here is the nature category. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in the next one.